And so, yeah, it was talking against the war, and it was shit like that. And then apparently the person, a couple hours later, was pulled out of their home and arrested.
So, Hillary, you're a pretty bright woman, don't you think there's probably a shit ton more to that story?
Oh, I know there is. That's why I prefaced it by saying I don't know all of the exact details.
I mean, that doesn't. You'd have to know the story, but there are people that have threatened other people on this app. I mean, I know one person was sued for defamation. And there have been people that have threatened other people.
Let's hear from Riaba, who I take it you don't like Zionists?
Nope.
What's your grievance with Zionists?
Well, they don't like Americans.
Well, I'm an American and I'm a Zionist. What are you talking?
Well, so what? Like you say, you're a Zionist, like of what? Like of what degree? Because I'm speaking mainly of a particular entity that controls really both political parties, really.
Interesting. So I guess you don't know the definition of being a Zionist. I just simply believe in the Jewish people's right to self-determination and the right to have their own state. Just like I would believe that Japanese people should have the right to Japan, or Spanish people should have the right to Spain. But go.
Yeah.
Those people should have the right to endeavor.
There are many types of Zionism.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's like you might consider yourself a Zionist, right? And you're an American, but you're putting America first, right? Wouldn't that be your?
I'm definitely I'm an individual first person.
Okay, so that's even better. So yeah, so my issue with Zionists or Zionism, when that mindset is that, and specifically, right, the entity that controls, like I said, both political parties, they, from what I've seen and what I've looked at is, they do not like the America. They don't like America. You know, they just don't. They don't.
Well, hold on.
They don't.
Hold on. I'm fairly pro-American, and I'm also pro-Israel. And I like civilizations that have like some common threads around desiring to protect their citizenry. I admire this about the U.S. and Israel. There seems to be a lot in common, and I tend to oppose uncivilized societies that would intentionally target innocent civilians, especially women and children. And so I couldn't be happier to identify as a Zionist.
Well, I'm speaking more of the elitist aspect. I mean, do you consider yourself an elite?
No, I'm definitely not an elitist. But you said that Zionists hate Americans. Where's your evidence?
Let's see. I have several clips of rabbis, right? And they work hand in hand with people of the IDF and other aspects of the governmental structure over there in Israel. And they claim that they would love to see America get blown smithereens, basically. Not their words, not the exact words, but pretty much that's basically what they're saying. So
what are the exact words they're using?
Oh, they're basically saying that Israel gotta be, or America gotta be destroyed so that their state of Israel can be fully in power. So basically,
who says this?
Mm-hmm.
Who says this?
A couple of Jewish rabbis have said this. High-level ones have said this before.
You give me a source on that.
I'd have to send the clips over,
Well, this
I'm
was
just-
part of your argument. I mean, you came up on a stage and
Zionism,
this conversation,
Zionism.
you're bringing it up, but I'm just saying, like, you said that you've heard rabbis say, if I were to tell you that, hey, I heard Dolly Parton say something, you would, and if
Which
you were
one
to
we
say,
did not
oh, can you show me what
Let's
Dolly
set
Parton
that
said that?
back.
I can look for where it was that I heard Dolly Parton say that. Can you find that?
Adams is down with
I
Soja.
got him. I'm just throwing it out there.
You don't put that down. Let me go.
Because I don't know if people are aware of this.
So, where are these rabbis?
They're pretty high up.
Would you say that you're an expert when it comes to
Zionism, and that I would say that I've done enough research. I'm not saying that I'm a super expert.
When's the last time you've been to Israel?
I haven't been to Israel. But as far as I understand certain aspects of the region and the military,
What is your interest in a place that you've never cared enough to?
my interest is understanding that, the president, and actually all presidents based off of what Netanyahu said that they have them in their pockets. So if I understand it, there's a outside source, right, that is controlling this country, but this country is supposed to be America first, then we have to understand that this entity that's controlling America, America's really not autonomous. This country being controlled by a whole other state. That's the reason why.
Would you say you identify? Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Would you say
Serving
you
God.
identify as Black Hebrew Israelite?
No. The Black Hebrew is like terminology, is a made up FBI, CIA term.
So, how do you identify?
I identify as being an Israelite. I can't say Black Hebrew Israelite.
Okay, so forget about that. Are you Hebrew?
Yeah, I'm Israelite.
Okay, how about this? Why don't you tell me your favorite verse of the Torah?
There is no proof that anybody does that now.
Wait, say that again?
Take your favorite verse from the Torah and read it to us in Hebrew.
Do not.
I mean, I can read it in Paleo Hebrew.
This moment amongst
Hebrew. I'm not going to read it in the Yiddish / Syrian Hebrew.
Okay, so what dialect is
not one to be seen with human eyes.
I mean, I mainly look. I'll study the Yiddish, Hebrew that these people speak. But mainly I deal with the ancient Hebrew.
All right, let's hear it in Paleo Hebrew. Your favorite verse. This will be fun.
The center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery,
Do
the
you
infinite
not
mind.
speak Hebrew?
Yeah, most
Yeah, I do.
hopeful and
But I
most
don't think it's
mind.
necessary because people are not going to.
No, it's
Ah,
not.
poor savior's fault.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, to you and your
Yiddish
mouth
wasn't
and
been in around the year 1200, and the Bible was written, I think, before the year 1200. So my last chance I read the Bible, it was in
Yeah.
Hebrew, real Hebrew.
Yeah.
So why don't you read us Hebrew?
Yeah, there's no vowel sounds in that original Hebrew
Go
language.
ahead, read it. I can read it without vowels.
Yeah,
Go
read
ahead.
it with all the consonants.
Give me the vowels, we'll give you the vowels.
No, how about I just read it verbatim for English? You know what I'm saying? Because that's
Hold on. Listen. When Spanish people come in here, I ask them, hey, can you read that to me in Spanish? They'll say, sure. If Japanese people come in here, I'll say, hey, can you read that to me in Japanese? They'll read it in Japanese. How come when somebody that says that they're an Israelite that speaks Hebrew, and I ask you to speak Hebrew, all of a sudden your Hebrew disappears?
No, because I think this is more semantical than anything. What's the point of doing that?
I don't.
You know what I mean?
How about I make my point more clear? I think you're a Jew-hating fraud, and I don't think that you speak Hebrew, and you can't speak it, so you're just going to say that you don't want to. I think that's a little closer to the truth, guys.
Which is strange. He's like, isn't there Jews like
Oh, you're a Jew,
I just want to see the elitist aspect of Zionism. You know what I'm saying?
I have no fucking clue what you're saying. Neither do you.
No, I mean, okay. So for me to sit up here and say I hate Zionism, right? You know, the elitist aspect of it. So we're gonna equate that and try to compound that with hating every single Jewish person. That's not factual. It's close. Yeah, it's close.
It's French for friend.
Does that help? No. You obviously don't know any sort of.
And how moms.
I mean means.
Zionism.
I mean means.
Mine says it specifically, right, the entity that controls.
Well, even better. You know what? Here's easy. Do you know what other means?
Torah has its own hierarchy of values, and they form the tenet of Torah's guidance on security.
I'm asking you.
In the Rebbe's
Okay,
view,
thanks, double agent.
before we get to the Jewish rules of self-defense, before we get to how to handle Israel's diplomatic relations, and the morale of the IDF, and how to handle the enemies outside and inside of Israel, we need to be comfortable to step into our own identity as Jews, and to be clear about what our connection
I'm
is to
not
Israel.
sitting up here saying I'm anti-Jew.
And just as for the thousands of years that Jews lived outside of Israel, we all still called it Artseni, our land, so too every Jew everywhere in the world has a deep, essential connection with Israel.
According to what people are talking
Our
about,
connection, how Israel can deter enemies and provide security, what to do for Egypt.
I asked you a straightforward question. If you're interested in engaging with the faith actor, okay, let's see what we can do that. What's a Zionist?
well, Zionism is the elitist state of Israel that was established in 1948, right? And then you have people who go under the ideology of that, but some of them don't understand the full context. I can look at the definition, but I can define. There's certain things that you can define for yourself because you can understand what things come from, especially when you understand the origins of things.
I think that actually, it is really about understanding the origins, where the word comes from, what it actually represents, how you start using the word. It can be really highly offensive and inaccurate as well. And that's why I'm asking you, like, in that conversation, let's have some common ground, at least. So you've made up a definition of what Zionism is.
This video is for all.
What is your message to the world this year? I can say, well, it's actually just a cult, a nonsensical cult that hates Jews. Okay, that you'd be too happy about that, would you? I'll answer the question.
Everybody knows that. There are very few people like you in the whole world. And it is because you're reaching out to me, you're intelligent, and
some information. I can say that there are these Hebrew Israelites who just started writing up criminals, just
every single day in a very special way,
and just wanting to be able to create a cult. But I'm not going to say that, of course. You see, it's just so important to be definitions, which is exactly what I say of what Zionism is. And you're being incredibly either intellectually dishonest, incredibly disrespectful.
Are you okay with the elites? Do you? I mean, because I'm pretty sure.
No. I'm happy to have that conversation. Okay, I'm happy to have that conversation. You're actually diverting others. You are trying to take the conversation in a different direction. I'm trying to find a baseline for our conversation, which is the definition of what Zionism is and highly intellectually dishonest to be able to label it the way it is. So why is it that we can espouse to be able to a good interlocutor and appreciate that there's a need to be able to get to the roots and understanding of the word, but when it comes to Zionism and 95% of Jews identify as being Zionist, that you feel that you have the license and the gall to be able to say what it is without actually understanding what the meaning is.
Zionism. Yeah.
I just want to say something, right? When we dealing with person, we already established this.
But here's the thing, bedside is a very,
Hang on for a
very
second. I appreciate you wanting to be able to chime in on this, but I'm honing in on something that's just typical.
serving
Okay,
God.
with people using words,
You will return.
and they have no idea what they're talking about.
This first American.
Rabia, can you expand upon that? I'm asking you, why is it that you feel that it's unnecessary at all to be able to get to the root of this particular word? Why?
I mean, look, that's the reason why I use the term elite. Because anybody can be a Zionist from a certain specific standpoint. I'm targeting.
Hang on, wait, I'm going to shut you up, okay? Because you're not going to do this to me. You're not going to waste the time, effort, and energy of this fucking room. Pardon my French. Right? We try and gish gallop and work around the direct question I'm asking you. Why is it that you feel that it's important to be able to be intellectually honest about getting to the root of a particular word? Yet when it comes to Zionism, you don't feel as if you have the responsibility to be able to make sure that you are not offending other people. Okay, that's my question. Now answer it, please.
Bodily injury or bodily injury.
I literally sat up here saying when I came on stage, elite. You heard that.
Perhaps.
You're not answering my question. I don't know whether you are intellectually challenged. I don't know whether you're intellectually challenged. You are being deliberately evasive and really fucking annoying.
When I first came up here, but it's all good.
Why is it
Serving God.
The direct question I'm going to ask you is, why is it that you feel that it's important to be able to get down to the root of a word so that there's a common understanding of language, but when it comes to Zionism, you choose to be able to make up your whatever meaning to it than what you feel it is?
I'm going to answer the direct question, and I'm going to give a three-dimensional answer after that, if you can understand that. So directly, I'm not being intellectually dishonest at all. I'm not being intellectually dishonest, right? Because all Zionism means is to be, from what I remember reading a long time ago, is that it is somebody that supports the state of Israel. Now, so that's what it means. But when I came on stage, bro, that's the three-dimensional aspect. I mentioned the elitist. This is the reason why I even put in the chat before I came up in here that it's not about all Jews. It's about the elite status of the Jewish state of Israel that was established by the Balfour Declaration by the Rothschilds. All right, the same Rothschilds who bailed out fucking Trump in the fucking 90s. All right, but that's far beyond the point.
Do you actually understand how ridiculous you sound?
Oh my God, really?
I don't know.
He got bailed out by He literally got built up by the Rothschilds in the 90s, dude. Like, you can go look this up for yourself.
Great, wonderful. You still haven't got to the point, which I asked. Okay, which I've been really direct about. You clearly don't want to engage in an intellectual conversation with me, an honest one. You're wasting my time and everybody else's time. Okay, your double standards are insane. Do yourself a favour, before you come off mute again, please go and have a look for the definition of Zionism. And I'll tell you when you're actually born, okay? Because the answer is this. Number one, it is the return of Jews back to their indigenous, native, and ancestral homeland, which is Israel. And number two is the right to be able to self-determine within that land. Now, if anybody at all has a problem with that definition, I'm more than happy to have a conversation. Yes, there are different types of Zionism that have appeared, but that is the root of what Zionism is. It's something that has been around since the year 70 AD as a practice of an indigenous native people who were dispersed from their native land.
I have a question on that.
Okay, so I have the etymology. Okay.
Hey, I got it. Hang on.
Real short.
Like I said to you, hang on for a second.
What the brother
Hang on for just a second. Right, okay. What I said to you was very clear as an instruction said. If you come off your mic, okay, and tell me that you can disagree with that, then that's fine. I want to see the reason. Okay, until that point in time, you're not going to waste the time, energy, and certainly not the excruciating levels of pain for people to listen to.
TJ Danford. Yeah, thank you. Sheriff from America. I was going to be real short. Now, based off the definition you just read, you don't need to be a Jew to support Zionism. TJ Danford. That's what Ravi was saying. A lot of the elites in the world support Zionism, and they're not Jews, because they also believe in the protection. Well, another thing part of Zionism definition is also you believe in the protection of the state of Israel as well, support and protecting them. So what do you think the American government giving money to them every year is about? Do you understand?
So that's that was the question. That was the question. Do I understand? Okay, what I understand is that you've used the term elites. Okay, sort of pointing towards there's a hierarchy of individuals that are elite Zionists. Let me tell you something. There's no such thing. Okay, 95% of Jews are Zionists. When you're referring to Zionists, you're saying the Jews. Okay, on the whole, yes, there are people who are not Jewish who are Zionists as well, absolutely. And there's a number of them, thank goodness, who are clear in mind and understand the benefit, why they are actually in favour of supporting an indigenous native people who want to be able to return back to their homeland. I don't see what the problem is. Anyway, Marshall, welcome back. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Hey, Marshall.
Let other people speak.
Howdy.
Hey, Bina. How you doing?
Hey, Ro. Hey, everybody.
I let other people speak, but when it talks about Trump and his bailout in the 90s, I mean, my firm represented him back then, and there was like 7 banks involved, and he's leveraging them out of the Trump Castle and the Taj Mahal, and Citibank, and Chase, I think, banks, Rothschilds. It's comical when you hear people say that shit. He really doesn't understand what was happening in the last 50 years. And by the way, Rabbi, just for your edification, the Rothschilds, by the way, haven't been a Jewish family for probably the last 70, 80 years. There's maybe one Jew left in the family at all. It's a Christian family. So
International banking cartel,
they're not Jews anymore. They're not Jews anymore, Rabbi. they're not. It's an intermarried Christian family, and Trump didn't get bailed out of the Rothschilds. I'm not triggered at all. It's just a subject I know firsthand. He didn't get bailed out by several different banks. There's about 7 lenders on the deal.
Yeah.
And they're decreasing the property.
That's not the information I have.
So one of my buddies knows.
Wait, hold on. What information do you have? Because you talk as if you know anything. You claim to be Hebrew. You don't speak it. I'm just curious. Can you tell us, like, if we want to educate ourselves, to be fully educated like you are, in the Scientology of the Hood called BHI, what book should we read that would help us learn what you've learned?
Let's see. Well, I can give you a couple of Luciferian books, what I'm saying, that these people study, but, it's all good. Because you want to sit up here and talk about BHI.
I want to know where did you get your information from? I just want to understand where you is this are you getting it from the Street Corner Prophets, or are you actually reading a book?
Maxwell? Have you ever heard of Jordan Maxwell?
Yeah, let's quote him. Give us a book that we should all take a look at from Jordan Maxwell. No? Not a book, huh? You had to Google it? Amazing.
No, I'm just laughing. Because this, this shit is funny to me because it's like the information is readily available.
Interesting. Hey, how about this? Talk to me again. I've asked you to do this earlier, but you refused. Can you explain how it is that you claim to be fluent in Hebrew, but you don't know how to speak it? Like, where's this contradiction? Why can't you read one single scripture to me in Hebrew?
Why would I sit up here and read in Hebrew when people don't? Most of the people in here don't even speak Hebrew.
Well, I think the point is, right? Like, if I were to ask somebody to sing, right? If they knew how to sing, they would sing, and if they didn't know how to sing, they wouldn't sing. And so what we're really validating is that you don't know how to speak Hebrew. It wouldn't matter if we knew how to sing. We could just listen to somebody sing. So we want to listen. We want to listen to you, Dr. Jordan. You have to mute yourself. We just want to hear you speak Hebrew. You claim that you speak it, and if you called out, here's the thing: you would gain so much credibility. This whole room would go, "Wow, Mojo got punked. This guy really does speak Hebrew." We would all look like real big idiots if you just said a few things in Hebrew.
There's no point.
Yeah, so you don't speak Hebrew, clearly.
Oh, I do. So
Gesundheit.
I don't speak any type of Hebrew. I'm actually just a pretty dumb American. However, I think that we're going to continue to see a lot more people speak up, like Rayaba, against the Zionist movement if things continue the way that they are with the elitism that he's talking about. How Americans are basically silenced, punished for speaking out against or wanting to hold Israel accountable for the things that they're doing. And the Zionism that I'm referring to isn't what, Mojo Jojo, what he was referring to, right? Like self-determination, yeah, I support that for anybody. But for any group of people, what I don't support is, like an ethno-state. I don't support particular people using crazy injustices to accomplish those things, right? Displacement, disenfranchisement, what's going on in Israel right now. You have Israel surrounding a 20.
Bima,
Sure.
Bima, 20% of citizens of the state of Israel are Arab. 20% of the country. They are full citizens with full voting rights. They serve in the government. They're ambassadors to other countries. They sit on the Supreme Court. They have full citizenship. That's Israeli citizens. 20% are Arab. So when you're talking about it, you have to be very clear, because within the country of Israel is a democracy with full citizenship rights
And
of all nationalities. Now, if you're talking about your feelings towards a country that's an ethnic state or a country that is controlled by a religion, I would tell you to look at the 57 Muslim countries in the world, or the Anglican Church country that's up in the top part of Europe. I mean, I'm not sure what your beef is. If it's a religion controlling a country. There's 57 Muslim countries. However, within Israel, or within the nation of Israel, there are 20% of the citizens are Arabs. They fight in the army. They're lawyers, they're doctors, they're on the courts. And I'm not sure what you're stating, but it's not within the state of Israel.
yeah, so basically you're saying they're Zionists.
Excuse me?
They removed the point from the beginning. The guy, that's why he read the definition of Zionism. And the point of the whole conversation at the beginning was, you don't need to be a Jew to support Zionism, to be a Zionist.
That's
So
correct.
thank you for reading us the stats on that.
There
Now,
are 10 million evangelical
now,
Christians in the United States that are Zionists. 10 million
that's a fact.
evangelical Christians. They're amazing Zionists. They're stronger than a lot of the Jews in the U.S.
Now, I want to say this. Has anybody seen the videos of Netanyahu being interrogated by the International Criminal Court? You could look it up. It's
I
called the
think
DB
what Beamer
file,
was saying,
right?
Masada, can we go to that conversation just afterwards? I think Beamer's actually hit on something in terms of ethno-states. I want to maybe just have a look at why. Yeah, I'm curious, Beamer, if you want to respond to Abby, and maybe keep in mind that if people are against ethno-states, then they must also be against Armenia, Japan, Bhutan, Iceland. They'd be against a Kurdish state. They'd be against Catalonia, Basque. And also, as Abby was mentioning, that the vast percentage of Muslim countries, which there are 57 or thereabouts, are effectively ethno-states. Anyway, if you want to talk to that, Beamer, then please.
And England, which is an Anglican church, controls.
Well, 98% of Japan is also Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was historical process naturally, not by force.
The real question is, should we have more?
Hang on, wait. I thought I was speaking to Beamer because she made a comment before. I want to be able to get some of that. Beamer, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think when I was referring to the Zionism, right, because we were talking about that term, and I said I think a lot of people would define it as, self-determination. So I think that's fair. But I think there's a lot of other people, I would say many others, maybe it's like, I don't know, I wouldn't be able to tell you the percentage. I think other people take it as a threat because of what we're seeing Israel do to the Palestinian people, and specifically in Gaza and the West Bank, right? So I don't think, you have right now...
What's the West Bank?
The West Bank, the other area of within the
Judea and
region.
Samaria?
Judea and Samaria. The West Bank, I'm not sure what you mean. Like, why are you challenging me? You know what I'm talking about when I say the West Bank. Everybody knows that there's a West Bank that's not Gaza, that's in Israel. They refer to it. Everybody refers to it. So why are you trying to? What are you trying?
Being factually correct, that's
Correct. Area C. Area C, where most of the taking over and the pushing out of the homes and the destruction of homes, the massive rebuilding without the right. They don't have a right. Israel doesn't have a right to do what they're doing in Area C, and they're doing it anyway. That's one. So Area C is what I was referring to. And then also what's going on with Gaza right now, where you have an entire population that is completely enclosed. These people have no opportunity to be self-sustaining in any way, where every type of electricity, water, aid, everything right now is completely controlled by Israel. What exactly is Israel's intention? What do they expect to happen right now?
I'm going to ask a question. Rima, do you think it'd be fair to say that there has never been an opportunity for self-governance in Gaza?
An opportunity? Sure, of course there's an opportunity.
And who would be responsible for making the most of those opportunities?
Well, I think that's what the biggest argument is here, to go back to Rayaba's point, is that the United States has been so closely intertwined. Our governing system, we've supported Israel and this for what Israel is to do, not the Palestinians, but what Israel is to do since the very beginning. So going back to hold on, so let me finish. So he had mentioned the Balfour Declaration. We have AIPAC, which is just a constant congressional influence. If you look at anything that has to do with Israel in the past even year, you're going to see an overwhelming majority of Republicans and Democrats voting in favor. I'm talking just small percentages of nays. Like, you're talking like maybe seven Republicans and maybe 22 Democrats, right? That will be, and hundreds of Republicans and Democrats in favor of. So
we're actually going off topic.
No. I just don't think that you like where I'm going. So hold on. Can I finish? Would you allow me to finish? My point is that the Zionism that we're referring to and the elitism is that the United States, all these other countries, okay, fine, whatever. We're talking specifically about Israel's actions and how we are by default forced to support Israel. Billions in aid every single year. The United States is passing us. Hold on, and I'll just give me 20 more seconds, and then I'll end.
No. 20 seconds. Because you're actually dished out. Like, I understand.
Okay, well then allow me to finish. Bro, you keep interrupting me, and I have ADHD, so every time you interrupt me, I lose my track of thought.
Now I'm going to interrupt. Here's the thing. This is what moderators do, is when somebody's carrying on and making thousands of points, in order to have a conversation, what you should do is make 1 point, maybe 2 points, then allow for somebody to respond to you. And I think that would be a much better way to hold a conversation. Nobody gets any value from somebody just going from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic. And then when you do bring something up that needs to be called out, which Ro was going to clearly do, he was going to interject and just ask you a simple question, which you wouldn't have known the answer to, and he would have proved his point. And so I know exactly where he was going. But how about this? Go ahead and finish 1 or 2 more points. Then Ro's going to go ahead and ask you a few questions, and the whole room is going to understand that you don't even know the topic that you're talking.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. So all I'm saying is, Ray was talking about the elitism, and I want to say that I think that is 100% what most Americans have issue with right now, because of the connection that Americans have by default to supporting Israel when we don't want to. We have to get, right now, what we're seeing, billions in aid that we have to give to Israel every year. The United States is passing laws to punish Americans who are boycotting Israel. We have the blocks on international efforts if we want to hold Israel accountable. And that's, I mean, if you see what just happened in Florida, right? People losing contracts because they refuse to sign contracts to say that they're not going to boycott Israel.
Was this your idea of 1 or 2 points?
No, this was just I'm trying to connect the elitism and Zionism together. I'm trying to say that when I'm talking about Zionism, I'm talking about what Israel is doing to Palestinians that Americans do not support, and the tie of our force to continue to support it through legislation, and then also our own punishment as Americans when we choose to boycott Israel.
See, I'm going to point something out here, okay? Beamer, why I was trying to stop you like 5, 10, 15 minutes ago, whatever it was, because whether you realise it or not, and I've got a great deal of respect for you, I really enjoy listening to you a lot of the time, but you actually took a conversation in a direction, although I understand the direction you went in, but it was actually curtailing the question, the initial question that I had asked, and that was, has there been opportunity, and if there has been, whose responsibility has it been to be able to make most of those opportunities within Gaza? You've just galloped, and I understand the reason why you wanted to be able to connect, Zionism and elitism, which is just, I mean, this conversation and what you're doing is actually falling into a paradigm which everybody else wants to be able to enforce upon Jews and Israelis and Zionists. Okay, it's really you've got to be. No, you can actually just hold off for a second. Okay, just let me finish what I need to be able to say. Where I was, and believe me, there is actually really good reason. This is a separate conversation completely about why there is a connection and a backing of America and Israel. I'm happy to have that conversation. It's a very separate one. But for Americans, I could probably point out at least half a dozen incredibly good reasons why Israel has been backing, why America has been backing Israel and vice versa. Okay, but that's not the conversation we're having. My point to you is this, Beamer. And you said yes at the very start, because you're right. It was the responsibility of the leadership of the Palestinian people, right, to make sure they took advantage of all the opportunities that have been given to them, to make sure that they had these facilities, which includes the water and the sewage and the electricity and the gas and so forth. And that has been stuffed up by their leadership. It's not Israel's fault. This is where blame has been guided, okay? And people like yourself have been misguided, right, in that direction. The Palestinian people, and believe me, look, you've probably heard me say this before, I want peace. I want these people to be able to have a state of their own, separate to Israel. They can govern themselves, they can have opportunities, they can prosper, and they can realise themselves to have a great life for themselves, and also intertwine, right? So the two people can actually work together, like Israel is doing with many other countries in the region. Israel wants peace. But you need to be able to be honest with this and realise that the Palestinian people, right, have received more fucking international aid than any other fucking people on Earth in history. Now, what has happened to it? Why has it been mismanaged? Why is it that these billions upon billions of dollars have not reached them in a way that allows and enables a young population to be able to see opportunities, to be able to look forward to a prosperous life, a fulfilling life? People choose to be able to blame other people for that. Okay? Billionaires that have been created, right, lie at the top of Hamas, as an example, where their total net, the leaders of Hamas, and you can really, please do this research for yourself, the leaders of Hamas have amassed a personal net worth of over $11 billion. Can you tell me, hand on heart, that anybody, like that Israel is responsible for the complete and utter mismanagement of these funds that have been sent? And by the way, the money's been sent by America, by Australia, by Canada, by New Zealand, by the UK, by every fucking country, and so many different organisations from different countries around the world. Okay, to help and benefit, right, Palestinians. The blame has to go on two different spaces. Okay, one, okay, is the leadership of the Gazan people. Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, two is that the world should have stood up and done some things about this going back many years ago, including the United Nations, that have been blind to the reports that have been made, the numerous reports that have been made. Why? Because it's convenient, unfortunately, to be able to have a scapegoat, which unfortunately.
Well, I think that's what the entire argument, that's the argument that I'm making. I don't think that if you go back and forth to, if you were to steelman any type of Palestine.
You were going was, it is like America is supporting, okay, this problem, okay, and that America shouldn't have Israel's back. That's where your argument was going, and that Israel and America are responsible, okay, for the shit show which is Gaza. That's where you're going, whether you realise it or not.
Well, I think that, and that might be true. That is probably where I'm going. I don't believe that Americans should be punished for wanting to have a say in the Palestinian-Israeli issue, especially after, like, we're constituents. The bills have to be paid through the constituents. So for half the union to have a bunch of laws that don't allow Americans to speak out against the what Israel is doing to Gaza, I think that's a problem. That's just an American problem, but that goes back to the elitism, and then that ties into what I would consider what people have issue with Zionism, because the Zionism isn't necessarily this. This neutral or even a positive, self-determination. What we see, people, so the Oslo Accords, because we talked about, listen.
You're grabbing the definition that you feel is a populist definition, and thereby trying to be able to, thereby falling into a paradigm which is false.
Well, I'm not, it's not, but when you say populist definition, you might be right. You might be right about that, and because you're correct. It's what people, but that's how humans, they communicate, and once they understand and see and conceptualize things that, with patterns and objectivity, they're able to draw conclusions. And if
we're going to pause you there. Pause for a second, okay? So we can all agree that black Americans, right, were subjugated and forced to be slaves for 400 years. Now, if there was a narrative, okay, that was coming from 70 or 80% of the world's population, which is to say that, there was no slavery, would that make it so?
I'm sorry, I stopped listening once you. I apologize. I got distracted. If you could just focus on just what we're talking about. I don't want to deflect. And can we please, if you don't mind, just stick with the concept and the analogies. I get lost.
The parallel that I was creating, okay, was that if you choose to be able to follow the narrative of the masses, it doesn't necessarily make it true. That's what I was pointing out to you. No, okay, just because
right. You're absolutely right, but what it comes down to is then where the punishment. We agree. We agree then. Right, but we agree. But let me ask you, do you think that it's right that almost 40 states have anti-BDS, that the House, however many years ago, passed resolutions saying that the people in the United States can't boycott what Israel is doing? Do you agree?
I 100% agree with that. Yep.
You agree that they shouldn't have First Amendment rights to boycott Israel. That's
This is not about boycotting Israel.
That's exactly what it's about. That is what Rayaba. That's what my connection was. The elitism that he was talking about, and Zionism. It's all connected. If you don't see it,
I see where you're coming from. The conflation is that BDS is something that is against Israel.
well, of course, and they have every right to be. They have every right to be, unless you want to be a tyrant and take people's First Amendment rights away and say that they can't boycott Israel. I mean, that's ridiculous. Who's paying for this, right? You want to be a tyrant over the American people? That's crazy. Let people be people. Let the market decide freely. Punishments are insane for speaking your mind. I think that's insane. Anybody that supports that is a tyrant. That's crazy.
So the same sort of argument, you'd be perfectly okay if swastikas were on literally every corner of the American streets. Would you be okay with that?
As long as those people weren't being, there wasn't any type of force that their taxes had to support things that they don't agree with, because that's what this all comes back to. The American people should have the right to have a free say, regardless. It doesn't matter what it is. I don't care what it is. That's why we have the First Amendment, right?
Freedom of expression, right?
Bro, can I boycott Coca-Cola?
Yeah, but he's missing the financial push. This element of
you could boycott common sense.
as an element.
Why not Israel?
Over $3 billion given to them. I mean, and no, I mean
$3 billion is couch compared to what the U.S. government spends every year.
People have received more support around the world than any nation or any group of people. No, bro. Israel's way surpassed that. The state of Israel way surpassed that. So I don't know what type of agenda you're pushing here. And besides,
hang on for a second. I'll tell you the agenda that we're talking here, okay? And that is about truth and justice.
Well, because that was a lie.
That's the agenda. Well, okay, you're conflating the support that an arrangement that America and Israel has together with being international aid. Okay, whether you realise it or not, what transacts between Israel and America is not a form of international aid, like entirely. Do you realise that?
Hold on, I'm gonna jump in here because there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of weird shit. I'm a Zionist, and I'm also against all foreign aid. I love Israel to death, but I also think that Israel is a rich country. I don't think we need to give them money. And that's coming from a Zionist, an American Zionist. I don't believe we should give money to any nation. I don't think we should. But I definitely think we should cooperate with our allies, which Israel is. They're a good ally, and they do a lot for us. You guys probably don't understand cybersecurity. If you did, you would understand the importance of the relationship between the United States and Israel in that regard. But I want to talk about this BDS thing because it was brought up almost as if people like heard a word but didn't really know what the fuck it is. So for those that have never heard of BDS, it's boycott, divestment, and sanctions, right? This is something that started about 20 years ago, and it's by some pretty nefarious groups. But I would argue, and this is where I would disagree with Ro, I am a big believer in free speech. I'm a big believer even in the display of swastikas. I think that's okay because I would and matter of fact the Supreme Court would agree with me as well. It's my opinion that it's better to let people identify this way so then you can know where they stand and you can take your defensive actions. The idea that the U.S. with these, because there has been some state laws that have that have gone in place as a response to these dangerous BDS movement. But be very clear that there's never been a First Amendment violation. There's nothing that stops people from their free speech, right? There's nothing that stops them. You can go ahead and you can protest all you want. You can boycott all you want. The only thing that they've done with these laws, just to be clear, hasn't violated a single free speech law. It simply just says that they're banned from government contracts, which the government can set whatever stipulations they want in terms of banning people from government contracts. Nobody's entitled. There's no Constitution amendment that says that anybody's entitled to a government contract. And if anybody thinks that they are, please let me know. It also requires certificates that contractors are not participating in a boycott of Israel as a condition of doing business with the state. And in some cases, some of the states restrict state pension funds from investing in companies that boycott Israel. And now again, none of this says that you can't do it. What it is it's just like you have the right to boycott. Nobody's stopping you from boycotting. They're just simply saying that there's also going to be measures taken as a response to your boycott. This is what free speech is. In fact, these laws are just ensuring that free speech goes all the way around. If you want to boycott them, that's fine, but don't feel that you're entitled to government programs, because now what you think is that you're entitled to taxpayer dollars, which you're not. So, anyways, if anybody wants to argue the legality of that, I'd love to argue that, because I would bet that there's not a single person, with the exception of Abby, that understands what these laws are. And so I would welcome anyone that wants to say that this is a violation of the First Amendment. Please come up on the stage and we're going to have a legal conversation. And I'm going to guess nobody's going to take me up on this.
I'm going to just we're going to dot some I's and cross some T's here, just to be able to clarify, in terms of the BDS movement itself. It was set up as a non-violent campaign advocating for Palestinian rights. That's the way it was organized. There being numerous governments, not just America, organisations and also analysts that argue that the BDS is actually the organisation BDS is by nature anti-Semitic, and it has deeply anti-Semitic. And some of the arguments that you can bring into this is as follows: targeting the only Jewish state. Whilst I don't believe that Israel is, or the Israeli government is beyond any type of criticism, just as I feel that any other government, should be criticised, for some of its actions, without a question. But this organisation purely targets one particular state, which is the only Jewish state in the whole world, when there are significant human rights violations that are happening in far bigger proportions when it comes to, for example, China, or Iran, or Russia, or Syria. Part of the BDS movement is about denying Jewish self-determination as well, which is also a big part of it's academic boycotts against about Jews. It's ridiculous. Hostility towards Jewish students and institutions. The historic anti-Semitic tropes that came up through the BDS movement itself need to be understood as it is a movement that was looked at and said, okay, we need to be able to do something about it. I've got no issue with Israel being criticised, but when you start having double standards, you demonise Israel, and when you delegitimise the right for Israel to be able to exist, that's when it becomes a problem. Anyway, back to you, Mojo.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to open up the floor to anybody that wanted to challenge this idea that their First Amendment rights are being taken away from them. I don't know if B Master or our resident Hebrew speaker Rayaba wants to speak on this fact. Are you guys under the impression that the First Amendment grants you the right to government contracts? Is that what you guys are fucking claiming?
No, basically what I'm saying is I think it's discrimination, right? If a person is going to have whatever type of political views of something that's going on in the world, but as a citizen, as a taxpayer, as a person who is a part of the system, we are the people, right? Supposedly, to discriminate according to a belief that they have on something that is very controversial, it's their taxpayer, give them back their taxpayer money then. If you're going to discriminate according to what type of views they're going to hold outside of what they're actually doing, they're contracted for a job. They're going to do the job. They're not going to show up to the job with anti-Israel T-shirts, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're going to just do the job. But to discriminate, that makes no sense. What if you want to use, Roe wanted to use the slavery. Let's say that's what it was about. Let's say we look back on this, hindsight in 20 years after the world has finally come to the agreement that what Israel is doing to Gaza is genocide, right? And now it's being taught as genocide. Oh, by the way, people who were contracted, if you were against the genocide 20 years ago, you lost your that's pretty intense.
The government does that kind of shit all the time.
Right, but it doesn't make it right, and the whataboutism doesn't make it right either.
Congress places restrictions on monies used all the time, and it is right. It's the appropriations process.
Right. So then give them back their. So then, Marshall, then I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't make it right.
So
if you're a citizen and you're a taxpayer,
does that mean you want to withdraw your claim that the First Amendment rights are being violated? Do you want to walk that back?
What do you mean by that? I'm not following you.
Well, you said that BDS groups were having their First Amendment rights being violated, and I'm simply asking if you want to walk that back.
Yeah, as far as there's some limitations.
Well, I was asking her a question. She can speak for herself.
I'm not sure what do you mean by walk back. I support it.
Considering the government, the First Amendment does not specify that the government must issue contracts to anybody, and so. You made the claim that this was a First Amendment violation. That was the case you were making to Roe, and I'm explaining to you that nobody's entitled to a government contract. And my question is, do you want to argue that fact, or do you want to walk it back?
I mean,
you have protection through the freedom of expression. You have government protection through the freedom of expression. You can't be punished by expressing yourself. And so because he has a government job and the government fires him, now there's stipulations on that. Meaning, if you're given a protest and you're trying to incite a riot, or you slander somebody, then that's the exception. But
you're not listening to a word I'm saying. She made the claim. I'm focusing very narrowly on the claim that she made when she was talking to Roe, because people just make these claims. She was saying that a First Amendment violation is happening, and I'm simply asking, where in the First Amendment does it say that you're guaranteed the right to a contract with the federal government?
That's the freedom of expression. It protects you from that.
Wait. You
talking about?
Please explain it to me. Like, treat me like I'm 5. You can talk down to me because it'll probably be better for me. I just pretend that I am the fucking biggest retard in the fucking room, and I want you to walk it through slowly of how it's a First Amendment violation. Go ahead.
I'm saying the freedom of expression, okay? The freedom of speech protects individuals from government punishment. And they're a government worker. Grand opening, grand closing.
Government workers mean you work in an employment area, and don't point the law.
Hold on. Marshall. this is this is so funny. Like the sloppy argumentation that you guys make. First of all, I don't believe that the gentleman that just spoke has ever read the fucking Constitution. I don't think he knows what the First Amendment is. I don't think he knows what the anti-BDS legislation is, what it actually accomplishes, because it doesn't address the First Amendment at all. The First Amendment's not even an issue here. But if you want to make that the argument, I'm simply asking you, please show me, give me a case that would prove your point. Tie it back to the Constitution without just saying sloppy words. I mean, like, we've been dealing with this all night. We got the Hebrew Israelite that doesn't speak Hebrew and is not an Israeli. And now we got people that want to say that there's a First Amendment. Now we want to hear from people that say there's a First Amendment right that don't understand what the First Amendment.
Roger.
There's a freedom of expression. Protect individuals from government control.
Not while they're on the job. If you work for the federal government, the federal government gets to tell you what to do. It's not viewpoint discrimination.
But Marshall, do you think that is so? Hold on. I want just honestly. Do you understand where? I just want to know if you understand where I'm coming from. So you're saying that. I agree. You don't have a right to a government contract. Fine, no problem. But you're saying that if you're contracted, that the government then can tell you basically you have to give up your constitutional rights. You don't have the right. If you contract with us with this, you get this contract. You no longer have your constitutional right to free speech and political expression.
Yeah,
Isn't that what?
That's totally different from what
Well, hold on. Nobody's telling you can't do it. You can do it. This is the thing. You can do it. What they're saying is that the government in these states that are passing these laws, they're saying that construction and infrastructure projects are not going to go to firms and individuals that belong to these firms that that are practicing this. Now, here's the thing. You could say that, hey, you're imposing this negative consequence on me, but they're not restricting your free speech at all. You can make the choice to do what you want to do. There is no First Amendment violation there at all. I wish Bryn was here. Like, somebody ping Bryn. Let's get somebody in here that because I can feel the energy of people going, how does Mojo know what the fuck he's talking about? Well, this is goddamn common sense. But I will say that nobody here has given me a case that validates their claim that this constitutes a First Amendment violation. And in fact, the lawyers for these BDS groups are not even making that claim. It's ignorant people on the fucking interwebs that are making those claims.
Okay, so you're saying that, okay, if you're a government employee and you protest against the state of Israel in any fashion, you're going to get punished. All right, okay.
If you do it during the workday.
Exactly. You're gonna have to sign this loyalty oath and not give, take fucking. That's exactly a fucking loyalty oath. Otherwise, you're gonna. That's the condition.
But hold on. So what you're fighting for is that you don't think that the other end of a contract. This is interesting for you to make this argument, B Master, somebody that doesn't believe government should exist at all. We're talking about contracts. You're saying that the other entity should be forced into a contract with you. Why can't they set the terms of whether they want to enter a contract or not enter a contract with you based on characteristics that they deem undesirable?
Because
you either believe that contracts should be upheld by law or you don't. I will say, you're not going to do very well in an anarchist society if you don't believe in contracts.
That's the paradigm. That's the contradiction, though, Mojo. Is it's not a private
business, doing private business, in that case, sure, absolutely. You're talking about a group of people who are paying into, are a part of, and are part of the government. We are the people. And you're saying that we're going to tax you, we're going to do whatever the hell we want, you're going to be subject to our laws and our rules and our force, but you know what? We're going to make you sign a loyalty oath. We're going to make you, we're going to restrict your free speech. You're free to speak, but you're going to lose the benefit.
Hold on. No, but again, this is where you get out over your skis and you just make these emotional arguments. Nobody's saying anything about loyalty oaths. What they're simply saying is that the government has the right to decide who they're going to enter contracts with and what the characteristics of entities that they want to do contracting with. And what you're arguing is that they shouldn't have that they should be forced to enter into. So if a state government had a bridge building project, there could be a dozen factors that would nullify, and instruct that, hey, that's not the contractor that we want to do business with, and the state has the right to set these predetermined values, right? And what you're suggesting is that you think that freedom of speech means that you can compel the other side of the contract and force them into a contract with you. I think, honestly, you might want to go back and read every bit of philosophy that you've professed to believe in about contracts and upholding contracts, because what you're saying is that you want to unilaterally enforce a contract with the government. I think that's crazy coming from an anarchist.
You're still missing my point of the contradiction. The point is that the people are supposed to be protected. Their amendment, their constitutional, they're supposed to protect them, and that's what. So, being able to have free speech, that's their First Amendment rights. So you're saying that you can contract, right? You're going to have to surrender your constitutional right to free speech.
I said
no, that's literally what that law is.
You're missing. This is the point you're missing. That's exactly the opposite of what I'm saying. And what this does is simply asserts that the state can make decisions on who they award contracts to. And what your position is that by them choosing to not award contracts to people that meet some characteristic that they find undesirable, that is somehow protected in the First Amendment. Please find me that. Please find me in the First Amendment where it says that you should be granted a contract, or that somehow that the government can't decide who they're giving their contracts to, based on these criteria. They have every legal right to do this. Every legal right, which is why 35 different states have these laws on the books, and nobody's fucking successfully challenging them, especially on First Amendment fucking grounds. And I think that every time you mention the First Amendment, the more it becomes clear to me that you don't know what the First Amendment is.
Well, you're going to have to prove to me that
I don't have to prove shit to you.
Well, I'm saying it in jest in the conversation. Forget it. I still don't see how you're not understanding that if you have to surrender a constitutional right in order to contract with the government of which you are supposed to be of and a part of, to which you are subject to and support. Hold on. Right. But it's a condition, because you're saying. Right.
There's all kinds of conditions.
But they're saying that you have to surrender a constitutional right.
You don't have the right to.
That the price that if you decide to speak freely on this, that you're going to debate, and that's coercive and unconstitutional.
No, listen. I can't debate with people that don't understand fucking the Constitution. You're trying to extend the First Amendment right to force contracts on the state and federal government. This is not anything to do with the First Amendment. If you want to say that you don't like it, that's fine. But the government didn't pass a law that said you can't boycott. They didn't do that at all. They're not saying that at all. In fact, you do have the right to boycott. What you don't have the right to do is boycott and then demand a contract. If the government says, yeah, we're not giving you the contract, there's not a single part of the Constitution that says that you were entitled to a contract. Not a single part of the Constitution. There's nothing in the Constitution that even alludes that you have the right to a government contract.
It also helps to know that the First Amendment being it didn't work, I think, the way you think it works, is to stop the government from compelling speech in political movements. It's not the federal government getting in the way of the law. If you work for the federal government, they can tell you what to do. They can tell you to take a COVID shot unless you don't want to keep your job. Nobody is required to get federal contracts, which is why it doesn't fall under the First Amendment thing. People have the right to contract freely unless they discriminate against the already listed classes in jurisprudence. But they're not asking for a surrender of the First Amendment. They're simply saying, in order to do business with the federal government, which Marshall, you don't have. Go ahead, Roger.
I was just going to say, they're not making a legal argument. They're making a demand of the government that they don't have a right to. They're moving beyond rights, and this is what's funny. The people that are self-identified as anarchists, what they really want is to enforce their will onto the government, which is hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. It's not that they don't want. It's not that they're resisting government imposing their will on them. They're quite literally making a demand that the government must do what they want it to do. It's the most authoritarian thing I've heard in a long fucking time, and I'm just fucking amazed that the argument was made by an anarchist.
I appreciate all this, the poisoning of the well, Mojo Jojo. It's very, very well done. You do that well. But you're still missing my point. My point is that I actually agree with you, but I don't understand how you would think that it's more tyrannical than less tyrannical if they're forced. It's a public benefits as the government contracts, right? Because the people that you're contracting with are the ones that are paying for this to happen. The government can't condition access to public benefits like contracts on giving up a constitutional right. You can't. That's what I'm saying. That if the government, no problem. If it was a private company, that we're not talking about that. We're talking about the actual people that are paying for them. I don't know if you don't understand it. To say that it's, I think what I think is actually happening is that the tyranny is, the bootlicking is running strong, and
Hold on.
When it's in someone's favor, of course.
Marshall. I think she's right. I think the bootlicking is running strong. The interesting part is it's the anarchist that's licking the boot.
I'm playing. Listen again. You poison the well, but you're not. And deflection, distraction. I appreciate all the. I appreciate all. I have fans. I appreciate my fans as well. I love you. Thank you. Tune in. But I'm not saying that anyone has the right to a government contract. I agree with you. What I'm saying is that if it is a government contract, the government can't deny people a contract because they have a particular political belief on something that has nothing to do with the contract.
Yes, they can. No, but they can. They can. And by the way...
Okay. So you don't think that... So just hold that for a second. So do you think that that's tyrannical or freedom? Do you think that's more tyranny or more freedom?
Hold on. Not only can they do that, but the bigger point here is that it has nothing to do with the First Amendment. That was my entire point. When you were arguing with Roe, you said it was a First Amendment issue. I just simply illustrated how it's not. And then you're saying the government doesn't have the right to do it. And I'm saying, well, clearly they do have the right to do it. It's a law that's on the books in 35 states.
Yeah, and so was slavery.
Yeah, let's be clear about this real fast. Like, the protest didn't just spring up randomly in states. Like, it started over there first. It started, them over protesting back in 2020, all the way up to 2021, and again in 2023 about Netanyahu and the leadership and what they're doing. So it's not exclusive to America, you understand? So, and they were protesting why? And it was some of the longest protests against Netanyahu in the state of Israel.
Masada, let me ask you this. Are you in support of freeing the people from Gaza from Hamas?
Alright, so I'm gonna get to that. So, what are they protesting over there? They're protesting over there because they had believed that Netanyahu was supporting Hamas and other organizations financially. It was funding them. So now, when the International Criminal Court interrogated him on this, he admitted to it. He said that he gave money to Qatar, the Qatar gave it to Hamas. It's live video of this. We can see this. Do you understand? So this support of, this is why right now he's in the hot seat with the International Criminal Court. They're trying to put him up on charges. You understand? So you guys are supporting something that you guys have no clue what you're supporting.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this, Masada. You think that you've done all the research and the people that are on this stage have done none of the research? Like you're the guy that knows all of the facts. This is your position.
That's not my position. My position is that if the guy Netanyahu said that his own mouth, I financially gave Hamas $1 billion, and he says the reason why in the interrogation is on video.
Yeah,
that's the reason. So what are we really supporting here?
Well, Israel may have done the initial thing, and I think there's an argument to be made that they co-opted themselves with Hamas to get the PLO out. But the majority, like the lion's share of funding for both Hezbollah and Hamas come from the state of Iran. So.
Yeah, that's correct. He said that in the interrogation. He said the reason why I'm giving money to Hamas is because you must keep your friends close but your enemies closer, and he didn't want unification of the PLO in the West Bank, PLO with Hamas. So he tried to keep them separated.
My point was, while there may have been some initial funding, the vast majority of the funding over time has come from the state of Iran. Funding from the other side takes up an infinitesimally small amount.
$1 billion ain't moving. This is what the word, the title of this is, controlled opposition. You tried to control. So how were you funding them the whole entire time?
If they're not funding them the whole entire time, that's the point.
You're gonna demonize. You
No,
understand? So
they literally haven't set themselves the whole time.
That's why you can't just believe in anything you see. There's more layers to this. But that's why you got to be aware of the protests and stuff going on in Middle East.
I'm
very well aware. But it started over there first.
I'm very well aware, like intimately well aware of that. We just don't see eye to eye.
Well, hold on. Masada, can you walk me through, what was the date of this International Criminal Court interrogation of Netanyahu?
When did it start? I can't really tell you when it started.
When was the interrogation? You're claiming that there was an interrogation by the International Criminal Court of Netanyahu?
Yeah, it was interrogation.
When did this occur?
I don't know exactly when it started.
So you don't have a date? Do you have a link to this happening?
Yeah, let me get it.
Yeah, please.
And it was Israeli coast.
Well, this is theirs.
That wasn't his claim. He said the International Criminal Court.
And the SEC, which doesn't have any teeth, and will only ever have teeth if the United States wants it to. It's sort of like the UN. Yeah, oh, so I got something for you. Hamas an offshoot of the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood was created in 1987 as a response to the Intifada uprising, the Palestinian uprising against Israeli occupation and rule in Gaza and the West Bank. Its organizers included religious leaders and prominent professionals. Sheikh Ahmad Yassin, the charismatic paraplegic leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, was the driving force behind its creation. He was joined by Abdul al-Aziz al-Shab, or al-Rantisi, a physician, Ibrahim al-Yazuri, a pharmacist, Isa al-Nashar, an engineer, and Abdul al-Fattah, a schoolmaster. Islamic activism had existed in Palestine for decades. Its most prominent expressions were the Muslim Brotherhood and Islamic Jihad. The Muslim Brotherhood came to Palestine in 1935 when Abdul al-Rahman al-Banna, the brother of Hassan al-Banna, who created the Muslim Brotherhood. Let's go a little further down. This comes from, just so you know, Masada, this comes from a book called Islam and Politics, the Fourth Edition by John Esposito, who is noted to be a scholar on the matter where to go. For Hamas, Palestine is a permanent Muslim territory. The land which has been and will continue to be in Muslim hands until the end of time. As its charter of August 1988 declared, the Islamic resistance movement believes the land of Palestine had been in Islamic Waqf or endowment throughout the generations until the day of resurrection. No one can renounce it or part of it or abandon it or part of it. And this Waqf will endure as long as heaven and earth pass. The ideology of Hamas combines Palestinian nationalism, viewing the defense of Palestine as a jihad incumbent upon all Muslims. Quote, the Hamas regards nationalism as part and parcel of the faith. Nothing is loftier or deeper in nationalism than waging jihad against the enemy and confronting him when he sets foot on the land of the Muslims. When our enemies usurp some lands, jihad becomes the duty of all Muslims. None of what I have just read indicates that Bin Laden funded these people. It does mention on the next page the Qasim brigades funded by the Iranians. Point being, the Iranians have given Hamas the lion's share of their funding, like 99% of their funding.
How can we blame them if Bibi did the same? Not the same amount, but he did the same.
What do you mean did the same?
He took money from Qatar and gave it to Hamas. Simple.
Yeah, my point was that was such an infinitesimally small amount.
My point is we
All good is in the Matrix.
Yeah, Matrix, sorry.
So is Netanyahu formally wanted by the ICC? Is there like a warrant out for his arrest?
Yeah, but there's also one for George W. Bush, and one for, I think, Barack Obama. Well, no, not Obama, but definitely W. The ICC's rulings and gesticulations don't affect a damn thing. Like, the ICC has absolutely no teeth to do anything. Member states have to agree to submit the people who want to be punished to the ICC. It really could be viewed as a piece of American imperial statecraft.
I have the question about First Amendment. Does it protect the citizen only or anybody within the border?
Anyone within the border has the right to freedom of speech.
So if someone come after me and revoke my visa, that's against First Amendment.
No, visas can be rescinded for all sorts of reasons. They're very conditional. For example, advocating for a terrorist group or holding a Hamas flag. That's enough to get your visa yanked.
So I did find one case. I'm still getting the details, but a federal judge in Texas ruled the anti-BDS contract law unconstitutional. And it looks like another in Kansas did the same. They both won. And possibly in Arizona. Legal, Perry versus Sinderman, 1972. The government may not deny a benefit to a person on a basis that infringes their constitutionally protected freedom of speech, even if they have no right to that benefit. So if a government distributes or is offering contracts, it can't penalize you for engaging in protected free speech. It'll catch up. Hopefully. So yes, you don't have a right to a government contract, but also the government doesn't have the right to say to use contracts to punish people for their political beliefs either.
So if government comes after you, you're an international student, and cancels your visa, that's against the First Amendment?
Hey, I got back. Yeah, I made a mistake. It was the Israeli something. It was going through interrogation. And that's the one that you did with. Right, that's the one that you did with. I made a mistake. It was the international public court that actually conducted the video investigation, recording investigation. It was the Israeli criminal court, and he admitted that in the video during the interview. But I just sent the link of it though. So he was interrogated, the video and interrogation, you can see him being interrogated, his wife being interrogated, the former Minister of Finance being interrogated, and other people that he was very close with the ministry being interrogated. And yeah, and then first of all, it started off with bribery, tried to stick to the bribery thing. They're actually pushing pressure, but then toward the end, that's when they asked him about the war and financing being given to Hamas, and then he admitted to it. Yeah, so that's about the last 20 minutes of the video.
can always follow the money with these, I mean, like with any bill, but that's with anything, right? But I always find that the donors and the political influence, you can always like connect them to something. This BDS stuff, these unconstitutional attacks on free speech. It looks like this guy named Ham, Saban, and Sheldon Adelson. That's right. Millions and millions and millions to APAC, Super PAC, all to support Israel on like there's they're Zionists. I mean, it's self-admitted, this isn't me saying this. $140 million to birthright Israel to fund youth trips, foster. That's crazy. And apparently they paid off, obviously with very lovely large donations, the Congress, the members of Congress who sponsored the bills. I mean, it's bullshit. Always, as usual, per usual. That's the elitism that we were referring to, and the connection with Zionism.
Anybody know what the outcome's going to be like in New York? The mayoral election?
So if anyone, there was like some misinformation that was circulating about a professor who had released a study about aid distribution, the aid distribution compounds that are in Gaza. And he released it on the Harvard Dataverse, which is like an open source, like anybody could go on there, anybody could upload anything, is basically my point. And some media stations took it, and I don't know really how they made some sort of deduction that, according to this report by Professor Kitover, that the death toll is much higher than the 61,000. They said it was something, like crazy, like really around like 377,000, like that. So I was obviously very interested in where that came from, and I had to follow it back, and then I went and I actually had to go to Harvard Dataverse and upload the report that was being referenced. It's crazy how social media really takes things, and it doesn't do Gaza any justice anyway, or the people that are then going to look like idiots making these and quoting these statistics that were just basically, I don't even know how they were honestly concluded. But what it does say, because the report does give information, and basically what the report was about was these compounds that are set up in Gaza to aid, like to give humanitarian aid. The idea was like the assessment, like I think it was the data set and initial analysis of location, context, and internal structure of the compounds using like spatial calculations and such. But anyway, the idea was that these supposed humanitarian constructions, these compounds, are completely out of any type of reasonable reach for Gazans. They explain, if anyone's interested, you could just look up Yaakov Garb, Yaakov Garb, Garb, and just go to the Harvard Dataverse. It's just dataverse.harvard.edu, and you should have access. You just put it in the little search, and you just download it. And you could look at it. But I think that even though it's not saying what a lot of the social media networks were saying, it's still pretty grim what it did conclude. And the professor was, I believe, Israeli himself. He's a geospatial, I don't know what you would call it. Geospatial professional? But the conclusion is, overall, these aid compounds seem to reflect a logic of control, not assistance, and it would be a misnomer to call them humanitarian aid distribution hubs. They don't adhere to the humanitarian principles, and much of their design and operation is guided by their objectives, which undermine the declared purpose. They have them structured to what the military would refer to as fatal funnels. So if anyone were to try to reach them, they'd have to go through this very vulnerable path, and almost like a completely unreasonable geographic, I don't know how to say it. but it shows like a map, which is interesting. And you could just like see, like, what the hell are they thinking? Because it's like away from all civilization. It's crazy. I don't know. The black lines indicate some of the newer military roads and passages, the Netzarim and the Morag corridors. One can see clearly that the Gaza City population cannot access any of the 8 compounds without a long walk across a barren rubble field, crossing the hazardous Netzarim road corridor, entering the red-colored buffer zone, which they're prohibited. That's crazy. So they have to cross an area where they're not allowed to go. That doesn't make any sense.
Everybody, hey, yo, how you doing, bro? Everybody crashing out, yeah?
Hey man,
What's up? What's happening?
nothing, just the usual bullshit. What's with you?
Same old, same old. Same old, same old.
Yeah.
How's the weather there, hot?
Yeah, very. How's the weather where you're at?
the course of history by getting rid of him. That's the only time they acted against this entity. When have they ever acted since then? Not a single. They've actually moved closer to Israel.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but I was speaking to someone, Amir, the other day, and they mentioned, I don't even know if it's conspiracy theorists or nonsense. I've not really looked into it. But they were saying the Saudi royal family is non-Muslims, they're just acting like they're Muslims. And I'm thinking to myself, there's an element of truth as in maybe, but I've not really looked into it. They simply were saying that they come from this particular tribe, that they're just imposters and this and that, and I was like, what on earth is going on? This is too much. Knocking on the doors of conspiracy theories.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's just that I don't know, this whole dynamics of the Middle East changed after the Southern War. You had the Syria, they toppled Bashar al-Assad, Lebanon, Israel went back and forth, they killed a bunch of innocent people, and they pretty much got rid of Hezbollah, right? Hezbollah is no longer in action. Why'd you go down, Rashad?
He had to go for a shower.
Had to make sure the sweat didn't spread.
He's a wise man.
Learned from the best, for sure.
That should be one of your entry requirements. Wait, hold on. Last one. The King of Saudi Arabia in the past used to receive a monthly salary from the UK. What are you smoking? Did they actually?
I'm just kidding, man. He last month said search about it now. Did they really?
Send me a link or something. Send me. What should I say?
ChatGPT.
I should.
Don't tell me you pay. Oh, you pay for the ChatGPT.
Yeah, I pay for
that. Edward pays for it. A lot of people pay for it. I use the free one.
It's free in the UAE, the pro version of ChatGPT, by the way.
No, it isn't.
No.
It is. It's free for everyone.
Okay. Falcon is not the ChatGPT.
It's a rich country, man.
ChatGPT, bro. Check it out.
You know, Telegram has an AI as well, and WhatsApp has.
They're introducing it.
I think WhatsApp just copy-pasted the one from Meta. I think it's been on Instagram for quite a bit.
Yeah, but the same company, WhatsApp is owned by Meta.
Yeah, that's what I said. They just copy-pasted the entire thing into WhatsApp as well.
Oh yeah, ChatGPT Plus.
Oh, you're talking about the old days when Saudi Arabia was under Ottoman Empire and British helped them topple Ottoman Empire to take over Saudi Arabia, okay? Yeah, no, I agree. Yep, that's how they took over Saudi Arabia, and they butchered and slaughtered a bunch of Ottoman Empire. They killed almost the boats. They're taking their women or whatever as slaves, they did a bunch of shit. It's the Saudi government, the Saud group, tribal is something else. And they glorify all these kings in their schools. You know what I'm saying? So it is.
Rashad, you know the claim that you made? I don't think it's accurate.
Sorry? Yeah, I'm sorry,
You
what?
said, you know what you said with regards to ChatGPT, I don't think it's accurate.
I think I read an article that confirmed it, actually.
You read
I
ChatGPT?
read something when it says it's not accurate. Hold on, I'll read it.
Rashad, you read ChatGPT?
I'm sorry?
Do you use ChatGPT?
I don't use ChatGPT much. I use DeepSeek.
Oh, he's on the Chinese side.
Oh my, they're gonna arrest you. You can't use Chinese stuff in India.
Not really.
So, I do have a question for these paid members of ChatGPT, people like General Edwards. My question to you, it has an image option. Now, can you imagine you take a picture of a woman, right, that you like at a restaurant, and then you ask ChatGPT, what pickup line should I use for this woman?
I don't need a pickup line from ChatGPT.
But did you give me the pickup line?
I don't know, I've never tried it.
Did you hear this one?
Watch him go to a restaurant today and take
Did you hear this one? Yeah, take a picture and then ask for
No, Rashad,
pickup line should I
to
use?
call you and ask for a chat, pickup line. Seeing as you seem to be a master at it.
No, I don't use pickup lines. Well, I don't do that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I just pick them up. I just pick the woman up in the van and just push them into the van, with a little bit of hormone. Works. They don't fight it, they just stop fighting after a
Okay, stop.
I only pick up iPhone people. If they're Android, they're safe.
Oh, I see, okay.
I think majority of people in India use Android, right?
Not exactly, no. You would be surprised the amount of people that can afford an iPhone.
Yeah, growing middle class.
Yeah. We're breaking through finally.
Oh, actually, it probably is Android.
Yep. Yeah, Bobby, do you want to come on up? I think Bobby's iPhone implemented.
Yeah, market share Android is about 94.7 to 95% as of mid 25. iOS only has about 4 to 5%.
You're finished. Come to the light, come to the real world. I think this room actually served its purpose.
Yeah, I think
we don't have any lines coming in, and the news I already shared a bunch of news earlier. We had a debate back and forth, and I want to hear some new book value. In general, would you agree some of the book values are just like, I don't know how they support or why do they support the Palestinians?
What do you mean by that?
So, if you go to protests or if you meet them up the line, some of them are Palestinian supporters. They don't have like a lot of knowledge or even a clue. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think a lot of people,
supporting?
but that's on both sides. I think you find people support because they empathize with the cause, so they jump on, not knowing everything about it. But this is with both sides. People will support Israel, not knowing everything about what it's doing, but they'll support it because they're lovers of Israel. Like a lot of these Indians, they have no idea but they support Israel.
Yeah, but
And also, I thought there's a lot of history involved as well. I think a lot of people don't even know where to start,
No, but Indian, they actually used to glorify Hitler. There's an article from Haaretz, you should check it out. There's an article that the people that are right wingers in India, they used to glorify Hitler, Nazism or whatever. So, in general, when you look at the people from India, they support Israel for a reason, because they hate Muslims. Okay, especially the.
That is an element, yes.
Yes, that's the only element. The Iranian, anti-IRGC,
Zionist.
they left Islam and they're pro-Israel. They support it because IRGC supports the Palestinians, right? Because if they support the Palestinians indirectly, they'll be supporting IRGC. They're like, nope. This is why they support Israel, right? The hypocrisy. Now, when it comes down to the Palestinians, the pro-Palestinians, right? If you go to a protest or if you talk to them online, some of them they have very some of them have wishy-washy, confused about this whole thing. They will jump on the bandwagon, right? But then when you ask them questions, they don't even know what the fuck they're doing,
Yeah, but that's humans for you. It's not. I don't think it's just particular to do with a pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, but we have access to ChatGPT. Look into.
Yeah, but I mean, we have access to this, but it's a lot of information. For example, like you don't even need to speak about Palestine. Look at how many Muslims, for example, are Muslims. They're proud to say they're Muslim, but they know very little about Islam. Right? It's the same kind of thing, as in the only thing a lot of people can do, and you can only encourage, is to tell people, educate yourself before you engage in a debate. Whether that's about Islam or being pro-Palestinian or pro-anything else. You should be educated on the topic you're discussing, but a lot of people get kind of emotional and get involved into debates. Like, everyone needs to have the last word in a debate, unless, it doesn't satisfy their ego. But everyone should educate themselves. That's the main thing. But a lot of people, for example, a debate we've had, or the Palestinians have been provided a state several times and they've rejected it. As a claim, that is actually false. They've never been provided a good deal or a viable Palestinian state that was sovereign. But people would only understand this is because if they've looked into it, right? But a lot of people that have not looked into it, they would agree, yeah, they've been provided and they've rejected it, which is inaccurate.
The indoctrination is to the next level.
No, I don't even think even for the pro-Palestinian crowd, I don't think it's anything to do with indoctrination. It's just lack of knowledge. Everything, when we have a misunderstanding of anything, or we have a certain opinion of anything, it's usually because of lack of knowledge. So the best thing you can do is encourage people to go out and research. The information is free. It's out there. You just need to look for it.
Yeah, that's true. And anyways, I think this room served its purpose. I'll talk to you guys later.
Likewise. Welcome, sir. Rashad, Google is free.
Walaikum salam.
understand or to know where your lineage is. That's a pain in itself. Many other countries can tell you their lineage and they can tell you the descent and certain traditions and whatnot. Because of the diaspora, we can't explain that. We can't say that. That's a pain in itself. And the books don't actually describe or even tell half the story of how bad slavery was. So in terms of reparations, yes, I think black people do deserve it, and those of the diaspora do deserve it. But I actually think you will get reparation. I think reparation will come, but talking it from more of a spiritual aspect as well. I don't think you should be looking for reparation from the government because it's going to come with a price. So it's going to come with a price at the end of the day. We already know this system's already crashing down. It's going to come with a price, and you're going to have to buy into this system in order to get the reparation. So yes, reparation. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Hey, can we have a quick dialogue here, man?
Yes, sir.
When you talk about the pain of slavery,
yeah,
right? Could you expand on that point just a little bit?
Okay, from now, as in the whole history. Okay,
like you being the descendant of a slave.
Yeah. Okay, so first things first.
Where does that pain? How does that pain manifest itself? Where's that pain?
So from school, when I was in I think it would be 8th grade for you. When I was in 8th grade, they started teaching Black history when I was in 8th grade.
Yep.
And the only thing they told us about Black history was a film of Roots. And the only part of the film they showed was when Toby was captured, brought over to America, and he was whipped. And they said, "What's your name, Kunta Kinte?" And they whipped out his name. And then we never watched the film from there. We never seen the whole series. That's all we saw. And this is in front of a class of Black, white, Asian, Chinese, different multicultural. So imagine now as a probably 12, 13-year-old boy or girl, and all we get to see is this is your history. There's nothing beyond this. This is the message really is in the movie. This is where you come from. There's no history behind it. This is who you are. Even down to as Black people or as I said, I don't want to get too far from the point.
Yes, so age, like, I just want to be clear.
Yes, sir.
Prior to that being shown in your classroom, did you have pain?
As in, how can I say, physical pain or
the pain? You know, like it sounds to me, right? Like it's really when you got implanted with ideas. That's where the pain came from. It's like, it sounds to me like you were living your life, and then, you know, like you were shown this clip from a miniseries of an author that has been proven to be a plagiarizer and a liar. But, like, it sounds like you got pain from someone implanting an idea into your head.
I really
That's what it sounds like.
I really need to ask something here. Like, are you asking him? He didn't written. He said that's his first part in 8th grade, which is crazy. I thought slavery started in my school, like when they started teaching history, like 2nd, 3rd grade. Prior to that, I knew it from my mother, her grandmother, my father, grandfather, his grandfather, my great. I'm saying it was talked about. Like I knew about it from a very early age. Like so, like say he learned about it from 8th grade and take that as when Black people in America understood slavery. That is crazy. We did not learn about slavery in 8th grade, and damn sure not.
So let me.
So Nakima, that's a really important point. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to say this one thing. H, I just need you to mute up, and then I promise I'll come back to you. Thank you. So here's my opinion on what's taught in school. It's all surface level. They don't really teach Black history. They don't tell us. I never learned about George Washington Carver in school. It's surface level. The system teaches us what they want us to believe.
We learned that 3rd grade. Not to cut you off. We learned about
I didn't learn it. Yeah, But maybe in Chicago, not in New York. New York, we getting surface level. There was slavery. We talk about it for a day or two, and then we're moving on to the next point.
Well, I just point out that different people learn different things clearly. But like to say the 8th grade is crazy, to say that you didn't learn about it. I ain't saying you lying, but that's crazy. They didn't teach that. Cause that was common knowledge in where I grew up in. I guess it's different around the country though. But like we didn't. Yeah. But we knew about slavery before I went to school. I understood that.
Thank you. Anthony, you want to take it back and have a dialogue?
No, I was just gonna say, man, to the overarching point, and then I'm gonna mute up after that and just continue to listen. It's I'm gonna have a real controversial take. I think that history shouldn't be taught in school. I think that history is propaganda. I think that the victor gets the spoils and he creates the narrative. And I think that, so the thing that we're touching on, H's experience when he learned about whatever he learned in school, JB's experience, Hakeem's experience. I like Hakeem's experience the most in the sense of his family, his grandparents, whomever, was imparting into him the knowledge that they felt that he needed to know.
Hey, Anthony, real quick, think about my experience out of the people named is the only one, I ain't say that matters, but it's the only one that Black Americans share. Like, it ain't just like, I'm the only Black American with that. I guarantee you, 99% of Black Americans have the same experience as me, and not what everybody else has.
And that's why I said I liked it the best, Hakeem, because I feel that it's propaganda. And I think that, most people are going to be dissatisfied no matter what. People will say, hey, you should learn this history sooner. They're going to say, oh, you should learn the aspects of this other history, period. Like, it's not being taught. Like, oh, it doesn't go deep enough. It's propaganda. It's propaganda. You're trying to, indoctrinate people. History is a part of an indoctrination process. And, reading, writing, arithmetic, science, shit like that, fact-based shit, I'm cool with all day. But,
time out. Hold on, I'm calling cap on that. You're saying history is not fact-based?
JB, I literally just said it, and I stand on the 10 toes. So when we talk about the idea of propaganda and indoctrination, it's to make people feel a certain way and think a certain way. And I'm saying to you that one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter.
Anthony, hold on.
So is that a fact or not a fact?
Hold on, Anthony. I'm going to say something, then I'm going to do a reset. I think white America's afraid of Black America. Just call it what it is. I think that's why they don't teach Black history. They don't want to empower the younger generation coming up. They don't. That's why we have
before we
let me finish. I think white Americans, and I'm the cracker in the corner saying it, are afraid of Black Americans and empowering them by teaching the truth. And that's why we have the history classes that we have. Now, people can disagree with me. I don't really care. I'm just telling you my lived experience. Just imagine if we actually poured into the younger Black generation, told them the truth, and they had some pride in their ancestors, and they came up. And white Americans don't want that. They don't want that, Anthony. They scared. They scared that your son might date their white daughter. They don't want any of that. That's really the truth, bro. It's not my truth, it's the truth. Okay, ask me the question, then I'm going to do what you said.
So, JB, you think that if they told the truth and they taught them, correctly, that would increase the likelihood that my Black son would date your white daughter? Is that what you're saying? That's what I thought I heard.
No. I was just giving you another example of what white America's scared of. But I'll say this. Go ahead.
Why did you use that example?
Because it's the truth, Anthony. White America don't want to.
What's the truth?
The truth is, white America doesn't want your son dating their daughter. That's just the truth. They don't want their daughter.
What does teaching the proper history have to do with
I just said I'm going to repeat it. I was bringing up a different point, not just history. Okay? White America is scared of black America. They don't want to do reparations. When I did this title, reparations ain't happening, prove me wrong. It's because white Americans won't support it. I don't give a fuck with it. I support it, but a majority will. They'll say, oh yeah, we support it. And then when it comes time to get paid, like, no, what are they doing? I could use that money for my caravan or my kid going to Yale. It's a bunch of bullshit. We live in the biggest hypocrisy in the world. And that's really the fucking truth. But let me do my reset. This is Healthy Debates, guys. Reparations ain't happening. Prove me wrong. Let me say good morning to Yvonne. Hey, hola. Yvette, how you doing? Eminem, I see you. 212NY. Leighton, good morning. Jennifer. Dr. Mitch in the house. Guys, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. You'll be joining one of the best houses on the app, one of the largest houses on the app. And we give raffle prizes away. So join the house and enjoy the conversation. Let me go to, hold on, Veda, I got you. I gotta go to JT first, then Veda, then Dr. Mitch. JT, the mic is yours.
JB, brother JB, peace to the room, brother Albert, sister NY, sister Nicole, brother Hakeem, all of my lovely foundational black Americans, and brother JB, our ally. We appreciate you, brother, for having rooms like this in this space. And I haven't been in a room long, brother JB, but per usual, anytime a room like this happens, it generally fills up with white people who disagree, and then a bunch of immigrants who speak the loudest, who always have the loudest voice about why black Americans shouldn't get reparations. And I think that, and I'm glad you're kind of starting to see it, JB, but this is something that's been taking place probably in the last 3 or 4 years, the delineation process, where black Americans have started to close in our ranks, because what we realized is that black immigrants, a lot of them, man, have a disdain towards us that we don't understand, but the reality is that they don't want to see us get reparations, bro. And so, and what's happened on a lot of these panels that they've been having across the country, they fill them up with a lot of melanated people with immigrant backgrounds, and they'll get all the way up to the end, and then somebody with a melanated background shoot it down. You know, our black caucus is filled with a bunch of melanated immigrants. Our political leaders, those positions are filled with a bunch of melanated immigrants. And this is not a shot at nobody, but that's the reality that we're forced to deal with right now. And even on this stage right here today, you can see for yourself that there are melanated immigrants here who are saying some of the most ridiculous, most disrespectful things about black Americans. Now, they have ancestry that was enslaved as well. Right here in America, JB, they have CARICOM, which is a Caribbean reparations task force that works on behalf of Caribbean people to get them reparations from the...
You're in the Matrix, JT.
God is proud to save them.
Well, hello?
You're in the Matrix, bro.
God I serve.
JT, let me come back to you, because you're in the Matrix, bro. Let me come back to you. Thank you. So I'm just going to say this real quick. To the other mods, Anthony, Albert, Nye, Nicole, I got to bounce because I'm traveling tomorrow and I got to get some things in order. You guys want to keep the room open? Anthony, Albert, Nye, Nicole?
Yeah, we can keep it on.
You'll safe
right,
guys, JB, man.
I'll be back later. Hold on, thank you, JT. I'll be back later. I just have to get some things done, so my puppy's secure while I'm gone. Guys, especially to the moderators, make sure it stays civil, please. It's a very polarizing topic, as you're well aware. And it's free to be nice. Be nice to each other. Hear each other's different points. I'll be back later.
All right, can y'all hear me, Brother Albert?
Yeah,
go ahead. Any better now? Okay, so...
Yeah, Brother JT. We can hear you, Brother JT.
I want you to hear me, Anthony. That's you're the real one. I really want.
No doubt, JT. No doubt, Brother JT.
So
the lion with the crown. The lion with the crown. Brother JT in the building.
Appreciate you, brother. So the question that we really have to ask. No, I really want to touch on that CARICOM because see, CARICOM is an operation here in America, right? And their whole focus is reparations for Caribbean people in America. And so, you never hear, Black Americans coming out against CARICOM, trying to shoot them down. As a matter of fact, there are a few FBA who influence that board as well, but support it. And unfortunately, what we see, not just with Black immigrants, but with all immigrants who come to this country collectively, is a disdain for Black Americans, one, and the fact that they do not want Black Americans to get reparative justice, which is what reparations is. It's reparative.
JT, can we have?
Yeah, let me get in a better spot.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. You're not in the matrix at all. I just wanted to ask you something, right? Do you feel that among melanated immigrants, as you so eloquently put it, there's a widely held disdain for Black Americans? Do you think that that's the truth? Damn. Looks like he's on the phone.
Can I get in? Not with as much as we fuck each other.
Yeah, yo, I'm gonna pass it to Veda. Veda, you asked to get in?
I wanted to jump in because I wanted everybody to read my PTR. I have a pretty famous father who played Major League Baseball, and a couple of years ago, I actually found the post where a gentleman back channeled me on Facebook. And if you read my PTR, it states that he thinks that my family was slaves to his family. And I felt it was odd, for him to come at me like that, but I understood it because I did a lot of research, on it, and it was interesting to see that my family and his family, had this kind of connection back in Tennessee a long time ago. I really don't get into it, the reparations part, because I don't think it would ever happen, because I know there was a stopping point where, I couldn't prove certain records. I probably would have to go to Tennessee to do that information, but, I truly do think that, African Americans should receive it, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. On my mother.
The significance of your PTR is what? I just want to be clear. Like, what is it? Your thought process? How does that, affect the current conversation?
For me, I was like, wow, my parent, if you look at the history of our country and what the African Americans were paid back in the days of slavery times, I truly think that, there should be some type of a payment to African Americans who worked back in those days and didn't get a thing. Got zero.
So you're saying that your PTR, the guy that approached you in this, what you consider to be a weird, odd way, saying that he thought your family at one point was slaves to his family, it shows that your family was slaves, and therefore you should get reparations. Is that the thought process?
Well, no. I'm thinking that a lot of people's thinking is like, how are we going to prove that all the Black Americans that are in the United States of America, how are we going to prove that all of them were slaves? Well, because we know that
Just real quick. I don't want to have the dialogue, brother. Just real quick. So Veda, let me ask you a question, bro. Let's say hypothetically, I'm not going to use you as an example, but let's say there was a child of a man that committed triple murder, and he was sentenced to 3 life sentences, and he as far the man died in jail. Should they go get his son to finish his triple life sentence? Veda?
Absolutely.
Should they go get him?
Absolutely, yes.
Veda.
Oh, I didn't say yes. I'm not going to get into that because I feel like that's not on the topic. Why would you go get another man's son to you know, and that's crazy, you know, that you think like that, Anthony. That you would think that, you know, black people aren't deserving.
One thing about reparations in this whole entire conversation. I asked you. I'm not gonna fall for the bait today. Veda, all I want to do, right, is discuss ideas with you. I don't want to be right. I don't want to prove you wrong. I want us to have a conversation without rancor, about ideas. I don't want, you know, I'm not trying to call anybody any names. I'm not trying to, you know, like yell at anybody. I just want to have a cool, civilized conversation about ideas. So what I'm asking you is, you don't see any correlation between the reparations argument and the question I just asked you. Do you see any correlation, or there's no correlation in your world?
Well, you know, for me, no. I would say no, because you know they paid the Japanese. When the Japanese, when the white America did the Japanese incorrect, am I correct?
Yeah,
so
America wants you. America wants you. America will let you know that the Germans.
I want to just answer your question. You asked if you were correct. So here's what's up, Veda. A man goes to jail wrongly in violation of the law, and he gets money for going to jail. The man that went to jail. Now, in the scenario, that's the Japanese with reparations. The Japanese that served in internment camps were compensated. That's what we're talking about. In my scenario, the man committed the murder. He died in jail. Should we go get his son to finish his sentence? That's my scenario. Do you see the difference in scenarios?
No.
It's a false equivalency, though, because if reparation,
he didn't finish paying all his debt to society when he died prematurely. And this is the same argument that you guys make when you say that the descendants of those slave masters need to pay the debt to you, the descendant. Like, this shit is wild, man. What about his dad played in the fucking major leagues, right? Like, he was allowed to play in a white establishment. That's a form of reparations, right? Well, what if he didn't, huh? You ever think about that? All the NFL players? What about LeBron James, huh? What about TL? What about the NBA players, right? Are they not giving any type of reparations by the millions of dollars that they're able to amass throughout the decades for having been allowed to play amongst the white league? So you want black people to be shut out completely for the sake of what?
These people are skilled.
It's a wash. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying all the billions of dollars that these white people have put in, all the lives that have been lost, right, to contribute to the elevation of black people in America, right? White lives, white people have died, bro. They have died for black people. They literally died. I don't die for y'all. So I'm just saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, brother. Please. I gotta say, it's a piece of shit. Now I possess the courage to admit the truth. Why don't you possess the same courage to say that y'all are entitled?
Fire hate no black people. That makes no sense at all. No. Because I don't know I personally know black people who risk their lives to go over and missionary work and medical work in Haiti when they had that hurricane. Not hurricane, whatever y'all had. Hurricane or something y'all had, and it was devastating to that island. And it was people.
It was an earthquake, Nicole.
It was an earthquake, I'm sorry, thank you. And the hatred that y'all have for black Americans, ooh, that makes me want to make phone calls. Like seriously, y'all really? Y'all being judgmental? Really?
Nicole, real quick,
living in shanty towns, Anthony.
Nicole,
living in shanty towns.
Nicole,
black
you're right. Nicole, you're 100% right. But before you go any further,
but that's what
I need to ask you a
why
question.
y'all brought it back up, bro? This is not going to be a productive conversation.
Stop for a second, y'all scared. It's being counted. I didn't bring them back up, and I didn't move them. But just really quick, Nicole. Oh, you brought him back up. Cool. All right, thank you, Albert. Yo, just real quick, Albert. Really quick. Nicole, can we please smoke the peace pipe? Whatever I did to offend you, I apologize. Can you please take me off your list? Hello, Nicole.
Hey, Anthony, I'd like to answer your question, though, bro.
Damn. All right. So, JT, which question you want to answer, brother?
Well, you were speaking to Veda about the son who was responsible for the dead, right? And so when you talk about slavery, right, it's not just the fact that it happened to those people. You're looking at generations of lost potential. Because and another thing is that man, I'm trying to think about what I had to say in them. The Haitian came in, the Haitian tether came in and messed me up, and he's still talking. But no, it's generational. You're looking at 400 years, Anthony. 400 straight years of white supremacy.
You got a point. You got an excellent point, JT.
And hold on, let me.
Go ahead.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. You're talking about, it's like for 250 years we would be murdered if they found out we could read. That's the type of oppression that we were suffering. And then when you think about what happened after that, which was 150 years, right, of lynchings, of
JT, really quick, right? You said this happened for 450 years.
No, 400 years.
400 years. And then you said 150 years.
Yeah, No.
First question for you.
So
you said 400 years.
No, listen. 250 years of slavery, 80 years of black codes, and 60 years of Jim Crow. That's 400 years. So
so 250 years, right? All right. Now, my question to you, bro, is were there slave revolts? Did you have slaves that revolted in America?
Of course you did.
Of course you did. Okay. Beautiful. Now, this is a very important question. How did slavery in America end?
We fought the Civil War.
Who was we? Because of exactly.
Bro, well, listen, Anthony, listen, real quick though. If this Haitian jumps in, bro, it's gonna cause confusion, man. Y'all need to just keep him off the stage. We're not gonna have a constructive conversation. We're not gonna have a constructive conversation. It's gonna turn bad.
Okay, no problem. I'm addressing it right now. Haitian, as a favor to me, I just want to have a squabble with my man JT.
I'm on mute.
All right. Thank you. So JT, yeah, you said slavery ended through what?
Civil War. Black Americans fought in the Civil War.
Okay. So were Black Americans the catalyst for the Civil War?
Yes, I believe they were.
Okay. What evidence do you have to support the claim that Black Americans were the catalyst for the Civil War?
Why is this relevant? Can we talk about reparations?
Economically, JT, economically. Go that route.
So, Nicole, you're right. You are 1,000% correct. As far as what the catalyst for the Civil War was, it had to do with economics.
Well, brother, can we talk about reparations?
And literally, right? All right, so JT, the reason why we talk about the Civil War and what does it have to do with reparations? We're talking about a debt, right? There are people that would argue the Civil War was repayment of the debt. Do you understand that concept?
No, because you can't rape, murder, and enslave people and have them working for free to build the country for 250 years and then decide to free them and think that that's some type of reparations. You understand do you understand what I'm
Okay. JT, I think we're saying two different things, right? We established early on that we had, in America, we had slave rebellions. You agreed that was a fact. we know for a fact that black people died rebelling against slavery. There was some black people that was like, yo, fuck this. I'm not doing this. There's some black people that died trying to escape. There's some black people that died, you know, like going against the slave situation.
What does that have to do with anything, though? I'm trying to make what's your point? How do you...
This is my point, Nicole. And Nicole, it's going to upset you guys, all right? It's going to upset. You're going to turn over some furniture. But I'm not trying to argue. This is not, I'm just trying to talk about an idea here. The idea is slavery was a choice. If you had slaves that rebelled and they died in their rebellion, they made a different choice for themselves. The argument is that slavery is a choice. If you chose to do something, how are you owed?
Okay.
How are you owed for your choice?
I'll take that. I'll take that.
No, KT, no. You do not take that. No.
I'm about to burn it.
Let me take you. Oh my God, you do not concede that point. No,
I'm not conceding the point. I'm saying what I take what he's saying. This is what I'm saying. If you're saying this, Anthony, if you're saying that slavery was a choice, then how is it that right now in 2025, I'm paying reparations to Native Americans, right? Just when Obama was in office, I paid reparations to Jews. My parents paid reparations to the Japanese. Why have we been taxed to pay reparations for the crimes of this country? If all of these crimes that this country has committed was a choice, why the victims to be victimized?
JT, that's an amazing question, and I'd like to answer that question. JT, when we talk about the American Indians, right? We had treaties with the American Indians. We gave them our word. We signed our name to papers, and we broke those treaties. We didn't live up to our word. All right? What I'm saying to you, slavery is a dark stain on America. It's heinous. It's evil. It's one of the worst apocalypses known to man. It's horrible, right? The reality is, number one, America inherited slavery. It was already here when the country was formed. We didn't create slavery, the transatlantic slave trade. That's not what America did. Number two, America created a legal framework. We are a nation of laws. They created a legal framework to allow slavery. It was legal at the time. That's the reality of this country. It's unfortunate and it's sad. Nobody gave you their word and deceived you. And then you said, okay, whatever.
It doesn't answer the question.
That's the difference.
I
directly answered the question.
Can I
No. American Indians were lied to and treaties were broken.
Can somebody else speak, please?
Sure.
Go ahead, sis. Go.
I just, no, you never concede that point. Because you had black skin. You had black skin. And everywhere you tried to run, if you could speak the language, you had to run to where it was free. You had to run to the swamps of Florida. Okay? Or if you could make it to the north by not getting caught by dog catchers. See, that's what you had to do. You had to risk your life to be free. That's not a gift. That's not so slavery or death. So you telling people who built this country, slavery or death. It's your choice to either stay here and be enslaved by me or risk death. And then if you ran, that was breaking the laws of this country that you're defending right now. So all I'm saying is, when you tell me Ukraine gets billions of dollars, but you tell me we don't have it for y'all. Okay, wait, huh? All of Israel, we got y'all. We got your back. Black folks, whatever. See, that, and when I start breaking down systematic oppression, and it's always economical, keep you from reading. Run highways, smack dab through the black American cities and communities that survived the Depression. because they were thriving when we were alone. When we got out of slavery, we started settlements, over 1,500 settlements around this country. The white people would get so jealous, they would come set it on fire. See, y'all just know about Tulsa and Rosewood. Oh, no, baby. No, it was way more than that. But we had 1,500 settlements of nothing but black people thriving. And a lot of that was disintegrated by depression. But the ones that survived, guess what the American government did? Built a highway right through the middle of those communities. So when you come and you tell us we don't deserve anything, I want you to tell the Israelis, I want you to tell the Ukrainians and all the people that are getting tax dollars, I want you to tell those people. And why is it? JT does have a point when it comes to the Japanese and the Indians, and I'm not saying that they don't deserve reparations. All I'm saying is when it comes to them, everybody understands. When it comes to black Americans, well, when it comes to us, it's wait, hold on. And he played basketball. He earned that money. And you know why he earned it? Because of their racism. They put black American men in those fields. And you know what they did? They built up muscles. They built up agility. They built up stamina. And that's why they have muscles, and that's why they're sexually desired all over the planet. So don't get mad at him because he can shoot a basketball better than you. You set it up for him to be more physically agile than you. You set it up for him to be that way. So you better pay him millions of dollars. You deserve that. He earns that. He earned that. He got to leave his family and go on the road. Please don't use NBA stars. That's less than 1% of the black male population. The incarceration rate of black men. Please don't get me started. I don't want to sound like I'm on a soapbox, but y'all love to extrapolate the worst of black Americans. Y'all never talk about the professional black Americans and run circles around you with other groups who come up here and talk about black Americans. I want you to talk about your people and what y'all got going on in your life, because the last I checked, when I looked on YouTube, and that's another thing. If you see your people, and I'm not boo-booing no hate. I've met some wonderful people. I've met some wonderful people. So then that's the kind of person that you are. You boo-boo on your own people, and then you want to come over here and boo-boo on another group that you have nothing to, because guess what? We're the only group that's in a position to stand up for any other group. Because we have experience. And so now you left your own people to live in squalor, to suffer. And instead you brought your weak butt from over there. You didn't want to fight your group, so you want to come over here and get behind the white man. Yeah, black man. Yeah, you want to get behind him and point fingers at black Americans who have done nothing to you. We've only helped Haitians. We only helped you.
Yo, Haitian, chill, bro, chill, really.
That's a lie. I don't see every Haitian I know that's on social media is not talking about, I gotta go help my people. You know what they doing? They ducking and hiding. They ain't saying nothing. But then when it comes to black Americans and what we got going on, you want to be all up in our Kool-Aid.
Nicole, right? Like, all right, cool. Listen, like, a lot of what you said, I agree with, and a lot of what you said, I disagree with, right? It's not a big deal, right? Nicole, I just want to ask you, right? Is there a place in the world where, en masse, black people have a higher standard of living than America?
No, and that's the benefits of living in the United States of America. That's why they're all coming over here. And they have a very a pink elephant understanding that when you get here, you do not associate with black Americans. Now what?
Okay, so if we agree, right, that there isn't a place on this planet where black people en masse have a high standard of living, the argument is that black people should be given money despite the fact that they have the highest standard of living in the world already. They should be given money en masse.
Given money? That's what
okay. Nicole, I don't want to get into the semantics. Like, I'm not.
It's not given, baby. No.
Okay, Nicole, Nicole, that's okay. So that black people deserve. How about that? If I say the word deserve instead of given?
Yeah, I'm not arguing about whether we deserve it or not. because you're not a part of my culture. So you're not a part of my lineage. So if you're not a part of my lineage, you're not in this conversation. I'm not trying to be exclude other people, but people have no problem saying I'm Haitian, you're not Haitian. I'm Cuban, you ain't Cuban. I'm Venezuelan, I'm white. I'm this. They love excluding Black Americans, but when we circle our wagons around our own people, then you have a problem with that. Why? Why are you so afraid of the Black man and the Black woman? Just answer that.
Y'all trying to cause problems, that's why.
Oh, you were weak in your country.
Y'all trying to cause problems.
So Nicole, Nicole,
I'm afraid of that Black American man.
Y'all want to cause
you afraid of that Black American woman.
Nicole,
you got everything.
I am afraid. Nicole, I am afraid.
You're on self-destruct in this motherfucker.
Hey, chill, bro, chill. Like, I want this conversation to be productive, and it's not right now, bro. Nicole, I am afraid. I am afraid, Nicole. So, Nicole, here's what's up, right? Like, yeah, we all got that cousin who had that accident, and he laid up at home in his mother's basement, waiting for the check, that insurance check to come. We all got that cousin. You waiting for that check?
For your own family. Speak to your own family.
Well, a lot of people got that cousin. No problem.
Okay.
You ain't got that cousin. I ain't mad at you.
No, I don't. Speak for yourself. No, I don't, and that's the problem. So y'all are trying to make all Black Americans a monolith.
My argument is the exact opposite, and I don't want to fight with you, Nicole.
Run circles around you. So please don't do that. Don't say we're all the same, because we're not. And that's what hurts you, because you want to make all of us thugs and ratchets, and that is not the case. That is not the fact.
Okay, Nicole.
Because that makes it more palatable. Because you can't deal with us one-on-one. So they always notice the abortion clinics, Black neighborhood. Notice they flooded the Black American neighborhoods with drugs. Even Rick Ross admitted that. Even the federal government admitted that. They are trying to systematically harm us because they're afraid. And you by extension are too. And some of you Black Americans who are afraid to sit up and fight for us. You're afraid.
Can you hold on for a second, Nicole, can you hold on for a second? He moved down. You moved him down. And look,
I moved him down, Albert.
This room, this space is not.
It hurt my heart, but I moved him down. It hurt my heart.
This space is not deserved.
I know you don't care, Albert, but it hurt my heart.
Okay, I heard you, Anthony. I heard you. This space is a great space, and it doesn't deserve to be treated any different than JB was treated. All right, the immaturity shit is ridiculous. Okay, we're adults, man. So cut the immature shit out. Okay, I don't particularly care for the Haitian, but all I ask the Haitian to do is stop cutting people off and stop saying offensive shit. We can have an intellectual conversation without the foolishness. So just to get back to talking, I'm actually enjoying what people are offering, but come on, man, JB wouldn't allow this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, Nicole, like, here's what's up, man, and I really just want to cut to the chase. I don't want to fight. I don't want to argue. I just want to cut to the chase. Nicole, there are people that are eventually going to feel like, yo, they're owed something, and if they don't get what they're owed, they're going to get it another way. This is my fear. I'm worried about people that feel that they deserve something that has not come their way, taking action to make it happen.
I don't understand your point. What's your point?
Domestic terrorism?
Oh, okay. So you sound like racist white people. I'm not having that discussion with you. I'd rather have that with intellectuals and people who actually are serious about this conversation, because I'm not doing that to entertain people who don't like me. I'd rather have that amongst my people, because that's a round table for my people, and if you my people, I will welcome that conversation. I'm not having that in a public school. So if you think, they're going to get violent because they didn't get a check, that's what they want you to believe. So you can come back to us and say, well, and so we can argue about what we're going to do. I'm not having that. That's look. Y'all gonna have that over there in your racist little circles. You gonna have that in your little conversations over there. Seriously, black people are getting on code, and we will talk with our people about our issues. I'm not gonna air our dirty laundry amongst people who don't like us. Now, am I critical of my people? Absolutely, because I love them, and I'm a part of the community. So I will critique as I see fit, because I'm invested. But what I won't do is come in rooms like this where people are obviously against black Americans and the hostility against my people and defend something that hasn't even happened. There's no record of anybody saying that. There's no proof that this is going to happen. It's just all conjecture and projection. Because that's what you would do when you get the money. Because maybe your people would act like that, but my people are intelligent, educated, and professional. So I don't know about your people. I know how my people get down.
Alright, so listen, man. I understand. Hey, bro. Here's what's up, man. As it relates to this conversation, there's certain aspects of the conversation that people are saying that they don't want to have, and I'm cool with that. This is the millionth room on this topic. And there's a definite reason as to why that's the case, but it's fine. I have not disparaged anybody throughout my whole submission today. There's not one point where you could say I disparaged anybody. I talked about ideas. I asked, what I consider to be salient questions. You may agree, you may disagree. JT, are you still here?
I am, bro. Look,
my man.
All
right,
I got a question for you, Anthony. I got a question for you. Why are you, as an immigrant who's from another country, first generation immigrant, why are you so opposed and so interested and involved in what we got going on over here, trying to get reparative justice for the 400 years that we suffered under white supremacy?
Alright, so JT, first and foremost, I was born in Brooklyn, New York. I am not an immigrant. Alright?
You said a first generation, bro. First generation.
No. You initially said me as a foreigner. You initially said that. But this is neither here nor there. I just want to be clear.
But do you not have an immigrant background, bro?
JT, listen, my parents were born elsewhere. My parents weren't born here.
So then you're a first generation immigrant.
No. But JT, there's some people that may not know who I am, and I want to be clear as to where I was born. So that's the first thing I want to clarify.
Anthony. Context is important, bro.
So, yeah, it is important. So JT, now that I've clarified that, right? JT, number one, I've been married for 20 years to a foundational black American, as you guys like to be called these days. If these so-called reparations were given, it would benefit my household as well. All right? That's off top. Secondly, I work really hard. I've experienced a modicum of success. I thank God every day for what He's blessed me with. And I pay a whole lot of taxes. A whole lot of taxes. Ungodly amount of taxes, bro. So, if there was money that was going to be paid, those would be my tax dollars. So, I think everybody in America that pays taxes would have a say on how the money America spends gets spent. I think that's only right. Alright, so this idea that I should have no say-so, I vehemently disagree with. And, do you have a counter to the words that came out of my mouth?
I do. Can you hear me? Because I'm going over a bridge right now. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
I said we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. So it goes back to the point that I was making earlier, Anthony. And the fact that right now, in 2025, I'm responsible for the crimes that our government committed against Native Americans. Now, did I commit genocide on any Native American? No. As a matter of fact, there are Native American tribes that owned my ancestors. I'm on the hook. My parents was on the hook for Japanese reparations. I was on the hook during Obama's term for Jewish reparations, right? And any other situation where the government has to pay out some type of reparative justice, I, as an American citizen, I'm on the hook for the things that my government does as an American citizen. I don't get a say-so in the matter. It's just that I'm on the hook for those things. Now, this country, right, was built off the backs of enslaved people, which happened to be my ancestors. And for 250 years, they were worked for free building this country, so while simultaneously being raped, murdered, and enslaved. Now, Black Americans are the only group in this country who have, quote unquote, pulled ourselves up by our own bootstraps, time after time after time after time.
I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna interrupt you, bro. What you're saying is not responsive. I asked you a question very specifically. All right, like I'll change the question. Maybe you can answer that. Do you believe you should have some say in whether or not we pay American Indians with your tax dollars? Do you believe you should have a say?
I do believe, but that's not the way the system works. That's not the way reparative justice works.
So
I'm on the hook.
So JP, why are you trying to take my voice away? That's what we call a hypocrite.
You don't
why
have
are you trying to take my
I'm not trying to take your voice away.
Got him.
You came to this country.
I got him.
You don't got that.
You should have a say.
Because you already don't have a voice.
Bro,
you don't have a voice.
Can you let me respond, brother, without saying I got him? Listen, your parents came to this country. They could have stayed in Belize, brother. They could have stayed in the Caribbean. But they came to this country willingly. They weren't forced here to build this country. You came as an immigrant. Your parents came as an immigrant. So they walked into whatever debt that this country had already incurred. If you go and you say, look, I'm coming to live at this person's house, whatever debt that they have, whatever bills that they have,
are non-responsive. JT,
you're not. Okay, you're gonna keep coming. You're gonna ask me questions and you cut me out.
No, what do you like, JT?
Can I finish what I'm saying, bro? Or you gonna keep cutting me out every time I say something?
No. I'm gonna interrupt you, JT, because JT, you asked me a question. I in turn asked you a question.
And I was trying to answer it, and you keep cutting.
No, JT, your response is non-responsive. I asked you if you feel like you should have a say. You said yes. You should have a say in American Indians getting money. So why should I pay taxes? Why shouldn't I have a say on reparations?
And I'm trying to tell you that, bro. I'm trying to tell you why.
Could you concisely tell me why?
Because my ancestors have been here since 1526, built the country, right? Enslaved in the country, 400 years of white supremacy. Like, I have blood in this soil, right? Your parents came from somewhere else willingly. No strings attached, no chains on your ankles. And you came to this country. When you came, understanding this country's history, understanding this country's debt, and you're benefiting from what took place in this country. That's not the same story as me.
All right,
you understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you, JT. Now, wait up for a second. You know what's crazy? I don't know how old you are, JT, but like you talked about, Barack Obama and the Jews getting reparations. If JB was here, he would chew you up and spit you out for that. That's going to be a bridge too far. I said in the last room, he didn't chew me up and spit. All right, well, he would certainly do it. I've watched him do it many a time. He will correct you and say that Jews have never gotten reparations from America. He would say that 10 toes. I proved it in the last room. Weren't you in the last room we had this conversation and I proved it? It's never been proven because it's not true.
Yeah, they got it from.
It's never been proven because it's not true. And Vader, I don't know what you're giving the thumbs down about. Vader,
I shared it in the chat, bro. I shared it in the chat, and then King, who was another mod in the room, he brought light to it. And he's, okay, go ahead.
Lee, okay, could you show me have Jewish people ever gotten reparations from America, Lee? I don't believe so, but could you just show me the information that you put in the chat, and I'll look through it and see if it's good. So can you just repost that?
Absolutely. I'll do it again. I said the same thing the last room when y'all said this, and you was in the room, Anthony. I don't know why you playing crazy now. I shared it in the chat, and Brother King, who was also a mod, looked at it and was like, so y'all just not going to address what JT said? And JB was like, yeah, I see it. And then he was like, and then King was like, well, I just don't like the fact that y'all try to call people out, and then when they actually show you, then y'all don't have nothing to say.
Notice how the white folks are not on stage because they strategically have the immigrants up here arguing against the black people.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Y'all don't see that. How they just all up in the all gold. They gonna come up here, go to show they know they wrong and they know they owe it. So they have the immigrants come up here and fight. And y'all dumb enough to do it. Look at you. Look at you. Doing the white man. Look at you. You should be proud of yourself doing white man.
Okay, so I'm not an immigrant, so now what? What I'm saying is maybe they don't think it's a topic that's worth engaging. Do you ever consider that possibility? Because the likelihood is so small.
Because they know they own it. And if you don't
say shit.
Shouldn't it be a conversation among blacks and black Americans and white people and not immigrants?
I already told you.
Right? You know, why do immigrants feel so empowered?
I'm in America. When you're in America, you
because I'm a taxpayer. I'm an American and I'm a taxpayer.
I can say what I
get a vote, right? I get a vote, right? I can vote for the candidate I want to pick, right? I pay taxes, right?
This is why delineation is happening, because
it ain't happening.
We don't have wait.
I've been nice. I've been nice the whole time, JT. I've been nice the whole time, JT. I'm gonna take the big cut me off.
That ain't nice, brother.
I'm going, yo. There's a rich tradition of cutting people off in this room, bro. That's 101 in this room. So, JT,
not in JB's room, bro. He let people finish.
Not in JB's room, boy. Where are you at? What are you talking about?
I'm in JB's room, brother. I'm in JB's room. I heard him ask y'all to keep the room civil. And the whole time
it's been simple.
Off the mic,
it's been uncivil, JT.
Bro.
JT, it's been uncivil?
Yes, when people can't finish a complete sentence without somebody cutting them off as a mod.
Okay, literally. We were both talking at the same time. I never muted you. I have the ability to mute you.
At the same time, brother. That's not how this works.
We were talking. Like right now, we're talking at the same time. Right now, I can mute you. All right. Let me know when you're done.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. So the question that's on the table, right, is something that's near and dear to black Americans because it was our ancestors who suffered through this. You're not your ancestors, Anthony. Not your ancestors, Haitian. Y'all ancestors were doing something else somewhere else. God bless them. But here in America, we know what our ancestors did. We know what they went through. We know that there's a justice claim for the 400 years of crimes against humanity committed against our people, because it wasn't just the act of slavery. We had our communities being burned down and bombed even after slavery. When we quote unquote pulled ourselves up our own.
More to say.
Man. So, cannot give my submission, and then if you have something to
No.
You cut me off, bro.
You're repeating yourself.
Canceling out my thought, bro.
You've said this at least 10 times.
All right, bro.
10 times.
Go ahead and say what you gotta say, bro. I'm gonna just.
There's no new ground being mined here. This is a circular argument. Let's move on. You're saying the same thing over and over again. I'm saying to you that I'm a taxpayer. I should have say-so. I'm saying to you that I'm a taxpayer. I should have say-so in how my tax dollars get spent. I've also said to you, even if reparations were paid, I would get money from that anyway. I don't understand your point.
He doesn't understand this point. Now, I'm looking at this paper that he gave, and I looked at it, and what it says was, it's not that the United States paid any money out. They said that they were advocating on behalf of the victims of the German government to get compensation. It didn't say that they were paying it. And that's right there on page 33 in the article that you provided. Like,
what article are you talking about, Lee? I didn't even share anything in there. What are you talking about?
No, that was me actually. I shared that.
So it's a link distributed right there in the back channel.
Look, I'm gonna share the article, and I'm going to share the article.
Jewish people never got reparations from America, JT. That's a lie.
Never got reparations from America. That's a lie.
Why would they, when America wasn't the one who enacted the evil upon them? The whole point of America backing the Jewish individuals was for them to be indemnified for the people who did them wrong. So therefore, if we are looking for indemnification, because for me, reparations should be paid out, especially if we're talking about the Jim Crow era and what was done to our black veterans and how our government disenfranchised them, then hell yeah, 100% indemnification needs to be happening. I get it that y'all want to talk about slavery, but there's much closer examples that we can point to that actually happened that has a quantitative number and people who are still alive that we can point to and say realistically these people deserve indemnification. And if we talk about reparations in that case, I don't see where the argument is coming from.
So, Miss,
and I just showed it in the chat.
No, I want to JT, okay, cool. Mrs. Clark, you made the most salient point that has been made on this stage today. You actually articulated an intelligent argument, and I appreciate you. I disagree, but I appreciate you taking the time to be thoughtful enough to articulate an intelligent argument. Most High bless you.
Hey, Lee and Anthony, I want y'all to read what I put in the chat, and then I want to respond to them.
JT, can I say something real quick if you don't mind? Yeah, I could really care less about people who think those type of things. It comes down to a matter of the government, and if the government wants to indemnify those people. And if there's going to be a push to, then hell yes. I think that for especially, like I said, me being a veteran ourselves, looking back to the black veterans who were forced into war, did not get their GI Bill, who did not get their home loans, who were then pushed out because of their injuries, could no longer support their families, and still didn't get their disability pay, yeah, those families should be indemnified and made whole. Like when we start talking about the atrocity, and when we start talking about those atrocities, or the fact that we can look and clearly point out places where people had their land taken, quote unquote, to build highways and stuff like that, and these highways were never built, then the land was auctioned off and given to other people or other building companies, yeah, we can point to those and say realistically those people should be indemnified because the government was used in a way that was abhorrent and used to take advantage of those people. I think that, how do I put this? I understand that we're in the land of the free. Everybody's entitled to an opinion, but at the end of the day, I think that we need to start voting, and I really say this to my fellow Black Americans, voting people in office who are going to get people who rightfully deserve indemnification, that indemnification, regardless of how people feel. Everybody has an opinion. You can agree, you can disagree, so on and so forth, whatever. But like I said, when it comes to the era of Jim Crow and the disenfranchisement of Black veterans, I would like to finish. Anthony, I'm almost done.
I don't want us to get into this loop where we keep on repeating ourselves.
Okay, let me finish and say it. Keep your opinions. It is what it is. At the end of the day, you can't sit here and say these people don't need to be indemnified.
Okay, so, Mrs. Clark, are there people that talk about that romanticize the Jim Crow era in America? Are there people that do that? Yes or no?
Yeah, there are.
Okay, are there people that say that Black America was better off before the Civil Rights Movement? That it was a mistake to integrate? Are there people that feel this way?
Yeah, there are.
There are. Okay, beautiful. So, what was the overarching idea of Jim Crow? What was the idea of Jim Crow?
The overarching idea of Jim Crow was segregation, but also subjugation. It wasn't enough to just be separate from those people. They still had to subjugate them in ways. Because
how did they subjugate them?
If they weren't in
Jim Crow laws.
No,
with the Jim Crow laws
that ain't shit though.
Kept them from going.
Yeah, but how did they got their shit? But no, but you gotta establish your own shit. If it's segregation and they got their shit going on, they don't want you to participate.
Because we're Black Americans.
No, but I'm saying,
Because you don't know. I'm Black American, so I'm gonna just let the masculine wannabes speak. I mean, but the masculine is ignorant in this case because
so he don't get them.
You don't know. Because I could have swore. Go ahead, Miss Clark. I could have swore Anthony said Miss Clark, but if you want to be Miss Clark, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll be Miss Clark.
Is Miss Clark the actual Miss Clark speaking, or is Miss Haitian Clark speaking?
Hey, listen, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I'll be Miss Haitian Clark. I want to talk.
Okay, so Anthony, you can direct your question to Miss Haitian Clark. She would like to speak.
All right, somebody moved them from the stage, so you got the floor, Ms. Clark. How did they subjugate them?
So yes, so it comes down to them also utilizing the Jim Crow laws to subjugate, i.e., if you have a town full of Black people, right, but they're still within the confines, and I'm using parishes because Louisiana, if they use their county, they don't call them counties, they call them parishes. If you're still within that parish, you still fall under the mayor or the governor of that state, even though you could be technically, in technicalities, your own town, but you still have to follow those laws and rules. That's where Jim Crow era things come in, right? And with that, you still have to go to the offices. You still have to make sure that you file your proper paperwork for your businesses, so on and so forth. Well, those laws in the books prohibited Black people from doing certain things. That's how the subjugation comes into. Even if we take it outside the bounds of the law.
Could you expand on that?
Able to finish, Anthony.
No, I'm asking you about what you're saying right now.
No, you're not. You're interrupting.
Yeah, you made a statement. You said there's certain things they couldn't do. I'm asking you, what were those things?
And you can wait till I'm done saying the rest of my answer to your question. Because subjugation can also happen outside the letter of the law, i.e. the lynchings, the burnings, the invisible borders where Black people weren't allowed to walk down certain roads or go down certain paths. That's also a way too. So now you can ask your question, Anthony.
No, it's all good, man. So, based on people that I've talked to that lived through Jim Crow, Black people were not victims during Jim Crow. Black people had their own shit. If white people came in acting up with them, they was getting busy with those white people. They weren't just sitting down, sitting on their hands, whistling, yes sir, boss, massa. They was getting busy. I know people love this narrative where Black people always on their belly and on their knees. People love that narrative. They subjugated. White people just ran them. Not the Black people I spoke to during Jim Crow.
Who has a more valid argument, Anthony? Our ancestors, our grandparents?
JT.
I'd like to speak.
You talk about me interrupting you. You talk about me interrupting you, JT.
Yes, what you do, bro.
JT, you talk about me, right?
And also, I noticed you and Leave is quiet now that I started the article, too.
I'm engaging with somebody else. Alright? I haven't gotten a chance to look at the bullshit article you posted. I would bet you money, any amount of money. Alright? As it relates to what Miss Clark was saying, I'm tired of the narrative. I don't need another slave movie. I'm tired of the narrative where Black people were always just underheeled, like they had no say-so. I'm tired of the narrative where Black people were just like some kind of fucking victim. I'm tired of that narrative. I'm tired. I don't want to see another 12 years a slave. I don't even want to see Jane go.
Anthony. Are you there, bro?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to add to the conversation.
Please do.
I know you said earlier that history isn't a requirement. Well, we can't make it historical record.
Feeling a little bit stressed, but overall, well. When's your exam? Yeah, on the 9th, so it's coming up. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. How are you?
I just want to be correct.
that stock would probably double.
I don't think Mara actually has any power. Where is there?
for the black men who served in World War II, their family.
Recent developments with, you know, Elon's crew getting into our numbers, you know, and extracting things that might have had something to do with it. But yeah, I have no idea.
I'll just add, like, just hearing this just makes me really upset.